Okay, thank you. All right, good evening. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the City of Groton public hearing for Monday, October 24th, 2022. Clerk, please call the roll.
Present, we have Mayor Hedrick, Deputy Mayor Depot, Councilor Norris, Councilor McCabe, Councilor Sheffield, Councilor Piazza, and Councilor Carter.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read the notice. City of Groton notice of public hearing. The City of Groton Mayor and Council will hold a public hearing on Monday, October 24th, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the council chambers at Groton City Hall located 295 Meridian Street, Groton, Connecticut 06340, for the City of Groton residents to solicit input from them concerning the proposed change of the May biennial elections to November according to Public Act 21-2. Pursuant to State of Connecticut Public Act 21-2, page 150, section 116, is forcing a change from the current city's May election in November unless the City Council votes to keep it in May. Questions and comments may be submitted to mayor at cityofgroton-ct.gov before noon on October 24, 2022. Please include your name and property address on all emails. Dated Groton, Connecticut, this 11th day of October 2022, signed Keith Hedrick, Mayor. The next section is the public comment section. It's the public hearing to solicit input from the City of Groton residents concerning the proposed change of the May biennial elections to November according to Public Act 21-2. Public comments is the portion of the public hearing where the council welcomes comments from citizens. To address the council, please sign the sheets in front of the table of the meeting room. When you're recognized, please approach the podium. Clearly state your name and address. Each presentation should be limited to 3 minutes or less, and citizens should, if possible, submit emailed or written comments. Presentations should be related to the topic of the May-November election. So with that, we will start. City Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
Do you prefer me to read the emailed correspondence first?
Emails at the end.
Oh. First, we have Jennifer Smith.
Hello, Jennifer Smith, 67 Tyler Avenue. I'm here to say very simply, I think the election should remain in May, and that a November election would cause a very, very crowded list of nominees on ballots with the RTM, the town council, and the city council. I'm opposed to moving it to November. Thank you. I did 67 Tyler Avenue.
Next, we have Irma Streeter.
My name is Irma Streeter. I live at 64 Pleasant Street in Groton City. I'm here tonight because I'd like to affirm that we need to keep the election in May for the City of Groton. There is a great deal of city pride, and when the two of them get mixed together on one election day, the confusion exists between who's running for what council, even though you've got a piece of paper in front of you. I would also like to say I've received a letter from Shirley Ann Dunbar Rose, 75 Baker Avenue, and if it's okay, I'd like to read it. She has requested that it be read. Okay. I feel any council member who votes to change the election date is in violation of their oath of office. I remember numerous times, including when I served as chair of Charter Revision, the topic of changing the date to November was discussed and not changed for a number of reasons. Some of the reasons were mainly because of the confusion of having the vote for two different bodies of government on the same day and the understanding of ballot questions when it pertains to city appropriations and ordinances versus the town. I have served on 3 approved charter revisions, 2 in the city, 1 in the town of Groton. Both city charter revisions recommended that our elections remain in May, and both charter revisions were approved by the electors of the city. We should not be striving, or we should be striving to make voting easier and less complicated, not confusing. I feel the council members who do not support keeping the elections in May are failing to follow their oath of office to follow the city charter. Shirley Ann Dunbar Rose, 75 Baker Avenue. Shirley also included a copy of the oath that's sworn by councilors and others.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next, we have Dane Stevenson.
Hello, Dane Stevenson, 35 North Street. I am in favor of moving the elections to November. A few points. I think simplicity. I think counter to some previous comments. I think more people are confused about having elections in May and then November. I understand that the ballot can become quite cluttered with the additional positions, but I don't see how that's any different than having multiple ballot questions were that ever to arise or something like that. From a monetary point of view, I've heard comments in the past on previous things complaining about the frivolity of having, say, a primary election costing city and town taxpayer dollars. And this seems to me, at least, I can't say I've researched it too much, but I believe this would save not having to do an additional election with all the poll sitting and all that necessary. Finally, I would just like to comment that having observed the Groton Community Facebook group, I don't think keeping the elections in May is going to eliminate any confusion. It seems like every day there's about 20 people that are unfamiliar with the distinction between the city and the town. And I think keeping the elections separate like that is not going to make any difference on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Nieman. Sorry if I butcher your name.
Brian Neiman, 76 Allen Street. I'm personally in favor of keeping the election day in May. I personally prefer the idea of keeping city affairs and town affairs distinct, except in those cases where they would naturally overlap. Considering in the past, on more than one occasion, there have been members of the city council who have run for office on the town council. This creates some ambiguity come election time as far as who is actually running for what office. I think with the separate dates, that can be removed as far as a consideration. I have had about 20 years interaction with residents of the city from my when I was a city employee. One issue is, which was brought up, as far as there seems to be a disconnect with for a number of people with the concept of city and town. I think this is particularly true among those that are either brand new to the city or renting, that they're not as involved as other people might be. But rather than moving the date of the election, I think it would be beneficial to have more outreach to get people to understand that there are differences and to get involved in both. It's been said that there'd be more turnout with moving to a November election. Personally, I would prefer having a more informed electorate than simply an extended body count showing up that doesn't fully understand who or what they're voting for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shante Duzant.
Good evening. My name's Shante Duzant. I reside at 20 Nathan Hill in Groton, Connecticut. I am in favor of moving the election date to November. There are a few reasons why. I've heard a lot of personal reasons up here on why some residents feel that the date should stay the same, but I haven't really heard anyone state any ideas or fact about what's fair or even more equitable for Groton City residents and town altogether. I've lived in Groton for over 10 years, and only 2 years ago I found out that we were separate. I do rent. I am involved and becoming more involved every day. I am a single mom, and for me, you know, this isn't a recognized holiday. That means I have to take 2 days off to go to the polls in order to make sure my voice is heard. So only having to take 1 day off would be more equitable, would be more in favor of residents that fall under low income or single parents, or residents that don't have a vehicle that have to depend on someone to drive them to these polls. So if they have to do that once a year, it makes more sense than having to do it 2 times in a year. It provides greater access, a bigger turnout, of course, and I don't so much agree that it wouldn't be an informed turnout, because whether whatever the turnout is for in May or November, there are still going to be residents that are going to the poll that may not be as informed as we would like them to be. And I don't think it adds any confusion by combining both city and town. I always looked at Groton as one city, everyone together, until I found out less than 2 years ago it was separate. Blew my mind. But anyway, I think that it should change. A fun fact is that I didn't grow up here. I share dual nationality and citizenship with France. And in the French system, the day to vote is on a Sunday so that everyone can access the polls. And there's never been an issue with that. They make it so that it's fair, accessible, and that no one is disenfranchised. So I feel that this bill that came before you guys was brought up for a reason. And I think as members that represent Groton and being a Democratic part of the Democratic Party, where Joe Biden wants to make voting day a holiday, has mentioned it before, I think that we should all be unified together in a decision that is best for all Groton residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Kane.
Good evening, Michael Kane. Thank you, councilors, Mr. Mayor. I can't think of anything more confusing than having election day on a day which is not election day. Just makes sense. That's the day you should have election day. The first Tuesday after the first Monday in the month of November. Everybody knows it. It's like a joke when I explain to people who moved to this town new how confusing the whole process is, and it doesn't have to be. It could be easier. Could make voting a lot easier for people. They would understand when they can do it. Also, I wouldn't have to drive my mother-in-law to the polling booth twice a year and get absentee ballots up to Yukon for my daughter twice a year. It's a very difficult process, and this would make it a lot easier. We could do it in one shot, and it would be a far more efficient process, and I think we would get better results. Also, on the ballot this year, if you remember, we're going to have early voting is going to be a question that's going to be asked. And I hope that if it is kept in May, that that's considered. How will that be held? Will there be early voting in Groton City if that passes? That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sima Eben.
Thank you, and good evening. Sima Eben, 51 Jupiter Point Road, Groton. I want to stand in favor of moving the election day to November, as the previous speaker said. That is election day, and I do think it would be simpler and remove confusion, counter to what other speakers have said. Another reason is the financial reason that was also mentioned by a previous speaker. At this point, it costs about $40,000 to run an election in the town of Groton, and it probably will be much less, I know, to have just 2 districts that are in the city run, but it's still going to be tens of thousands of dollars that are saved by consolidating these 2 dates into one. There's also indirect cost savings related to that. As a previous speaker said, I am a person who does take others to the polls, and so not only is there the cost of fuel, but also the carbon emissions that are associated with traveling to vote multiple times a year. I also think that there are equity, inclusion, and accessibility concerns. I think that moving the date to the same date in November will increase the inclusion and accessibility and the equity to all people in Groton, and it will kind of make more people participate and vote. And I think it's really kind of outrageous to think that there should be a test for how informed you are to vote. I think it's a little patronizing. I think everyone should be allowed to vote. No matter what. In fact, that's the basis of our democracy. I think the bottom line is that making democracy work is all about increasing participation and getting more people to vote. And so, hopefully the folks that vote will be more. Yes, I think that's important. They'll be more diverse. I think that's important. And it will be easier, and it will include more perspectives in that vote, yielding a much more robust and better outcome. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time.
That's all that's signed up currently.
Is there, okay, please come and sign up. If you want to sign up, go ahead and sign up. Yes. Well, we need a record.
Is it going to speak?
Go ahead. Edward, who do you have?
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Zofia Baumann. I reside at 528 Shinnecossett Road, Apartment G. I live at the Soundbreeze condominium right here. And I didn't learn about this issue until very recently, and it really brought my excitement out to see that we can actually consider simplifying our elections here in the city of Groton. I only recently became able to vote. I just became a citizen. I also am a dual citizen. I'm from Poland originally. I also want to speak on behalf of my previous experience as someone who has been a community organizer. As a grad student, I organized students to form a union. I also organized various events that were benefiting my community. I continue being an organizer in my own community right here. I can't tell you how difficult it is to bring people together to one place, and I always strive to make things as simple as possible, making things consistent. Meetings should happen, regularly, in predictable manner, and I think elections represent such an event, which is probably the most important event in U.S. democracy. I would urge that we have the elections of the city of Groton on the same day as we have just general elections. I think it will basically be simpler, increase participation from all residents in the city of Groton. I also will not have to drive my elderly neighbor who had suffered from a stroke twice. It will make my lives much, much easier. So I really would like to support, moving the election for the city of Groton to November, which is going to be just simpler and better for us all, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Please come up and sign.
Hello, councilors, mayor. I would like to express my favor
Name
of,
and address.
oh,
Name and address.
233 Shenecosset Parkway, Jeffrey Zolio. I would like to express my favor of moving the election to November to be held as one election. As previous speakers had mentioned, there are points for and against. I feel there are more for moving it, whereas having two different elections, in my opinion, creates more confusion. People are like looking at things, reading material, those that are informed, trying to figure out what's happening with who and when and how does it affect the city? Does it affect the town? Having one election, I think, would be no different than when we do a federal election, where you have multiple parties, multiple issues on the agenda. If people that come out to vote are informed and we do our job of providing adequate information so there is clarity as to what is on the ballot, then there should be no issue as far as confusion is concerned. Will there still be some? Sure, always will be. Along other notes, it would save the town and the city exponential dollars. You're holding one election vice two, doing one information session, if you will, vice two, one in May, one in towards the end of the summer. Great point as far as making it accessible. Yes, moving people around and the logistics of getting people to the polls twice a year can be daunting, I'm sure. I haven't had to do it, but for those of you that do, I commend you. But making it so it's only once one election, vice two, makes it that much easier. We'll include that many more people, whether they're elderly, disabled, what have you. It'll get people to the polls once, vice twice, and avoid that polling burnout that tends to exist. And that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Tompkins, 100 Westwood Drive, here in the city of Groton. I apologize that I'm in uniform, but I have to present to the cow after, otherwise I would not have come in uniform. I am a lifelong resident of the city of Groton, born and raised, bought my first house here, bought my second house here, worked my whole life here in the city of Groton. So I speak today in favor of keeping the election in May. And there are a lot of points. I understand points. We could go point for point, and I would argue back. I will make one thing very clear as far as I'm concerned. Money should never be an object for our democracy, ever. So to save a few $1,000s to me is absolutely an issue that shouldn't be discussed. That's one. Two, my point is this. How dare the state of Connecticut come in here and tell us what to do? I think we all could have issues where we would sit and say the federal government should not be telling us as a state what to do. How dare they tell us that our election's moving, and if we want to keep it, we have to vote. Not only do we have to vote by 3/4, a majority, to keep our election where our election is. We have a charter. If we want to change our charter, I'm okay with that. I'll have the debate. We can go point for point whether we think we should move it or not. We should. No state senators or state representatives should come in here, change our rules, and then say, oh, by the way, if you want to change them back, 3/4 of your counselors have to approve it. That's beyond overreach as far as I'm concerned. That's my main point. I again believe we have an election in May through a charter. That's where it should stay until we, as a community, decide we want to move it. We're not told to move it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are you going to sign up? Okay.
I come here all the time, so I'm just trying to
I know, but you can still sign up. That way we know you're there.
Kevin Cheho, 536 L Shinnecock Road. Good evening to Mayor, councilors. First, I'll say I want to keep it in May. I understand a lot of the newer residents, those with 5, 8 years here, are a little bit more confused about what's going on and how the voting goes and everything else. Would it be easier to say one day a year to vote? Yeah, would it be easier? But it would be confusing. Some people say educate people. We'll have 2 mayors running. One's a paid position, and then the other one's not a paid position. You'll have 2 councils running, and those councilors who live in districts 2 and 3 could be running in the town also. Look at the ballots. Look at the ballots in November. When it comes to the local elections, when people have their name in 3 different positions, now we can put our name in 4 different positions. We can run as councilor in the city, we can run for councilor in the town, we can run for the Board of Education, and we can run for RTM. And we can take, if we win, let's say in several areas, we can choose what we want. So the people voting for you may not get you. They may have to get somebody else because you may want to serve somewhere else. That becomes confusing, and that is not honest to the voter. Money-wise, I agree with Mr. Tompkins. We've wasted money on a lot of other areas, on primaries that weren't needed and everything else in this town. And that is negotiated at the town council on what the register of voters gets in their budget. After the fact, it's just there. If not, it comes out of the general fund if we need something, or wherever the town council wants to come up with that money. But don't take, and both parties, I know, are willing to give people rides to the polls. We have more absentee ballots now available where you can get them by mail or you can go down and see the clerk. So the chance of people not voting is less. We can always put a roadblock up and say, it'll make it easier for this, it'll make it easier for that. Look at the voters. You have the register of voter here. When we have a major election in the city, we get 75% of the people who live here voting. Most of the areas that don't vote are renters who don't know and they're only here for a short time. But all of the homeowners, you get 75%. You go into the town and you may get 35%, 50%. You're going to take numbers away and you're going to confuse people. That's all I'll say right now.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, good evening. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I love that I'm here in front of you. First of all, my name is Norma Correa from 188 Brantford Avenue. And like I said before, I'm glad to be here to have the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry that I'm going to read, but for me, it's the best thing to do right now. Just to let you know that I'm pro moving the election day to November. And first of all, with all respect, I would like to know if anybody know the population of Latino in our area. It will be. Do anybody knows the
Last
population?
census had it, I think, around 16, 18%. maybe.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question is because I am from El Salvador. That's my first. That's my born. I born in El Salvador, but 12, 15 years ago I became American citizen, and so one of the things, the beautiful things to me, is to have the right to vote. And for me, if actually I didn't know about May, I have to say, I just find out like 2 years ago that we have. So that confused me, and I'm thinking how many times I lost or lose the opportunity to vote, because I didn't know anything about this until 2 years ago. And I said, you can check, I love to vote. I haven't lose any of May or, voting day. And also the reason I ask about the Latinos is because when I become a citizen, I had to study a test, and the test said that election days are in November. So for me, it will be kind of confused. I respect everybody's opinion, of course, everybody's opinion I respect, but personal for me, it's kind of confused. If I learn something, and now in my town it's different, so we can go for history. We can say, okay, no, election will be for president, but if I go to take the test and they say when the question is, when is election day in United States? And also 2 months ago, I took my aunt, who is 79 years old, to take that test also to become a citizen, and she passed. And that was the question. So I said and I was there to translate for her. And it was, for me, touched the thing. I said, how important is in United States to vote? And it was in November. So that's all, and I don't want to take longer, but
Thank you. Your time is up.
thank you.
It's 3 minutes. You said 3 from the beginning, because we had so many people.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having this public hearing and listening to all of us. I think we all have a lot of important things to say. Sorry, Jill Rusk, 85 Baker Avenue. I'm here in favor of keeping it in May for the time being. Like Chief Tompkins, I believe this was something that was forced on us. It was not something that we chose. The proper way to change this is through a charter revision. If this is something that the city wants and the city residents desire, then the proper way to do this is through a charter revision. I have been elected in the city and I've been elected in the town. Issues are very different, and going door to door, I've listened to people on both elections. I think it's important that we listen to people now and that we hear that this is not the time. It doesn't mean that it can't be a time later. I'm asking you that you consider now, move it back to May, ask for a charter revision, and have a team of people, and then have these debates when all of us can have a voice and we can make a decision that affects everyone equally instead of it being something that is mandated by the state. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Councils, and residents of the City of Groton. My name is Jean-Claude Amboise, 169 Shinnecossett Parkway. I am chairman of the Groton City Democrat Committee tasked with fielding Democrat candidates for our local city municipal elections. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for calling this public hearing and allowing the voice of the City of Groton community be heard. GCDC membership voted and are in support of keeping elections in May. As I stated at a previous meeting, my task is to seek qualified candidates. That will be much more difficult when competing with the town committee's search for candidates in November elections. I will discuss my May elections, why they should stay, and these 3 important points. First, tradition. Since the founding of the borough in 1903, including the incorporation of the City of Groton in 1964, municipal elections have always been in May. When I moved to Groton over 17 years ago, I found it quite unique that city elections were held in May and was glad to have my voice heard more than once a year. I realize reasons for having the long-standing tradition of voting for city officials in May gives this focus of city issues exclusively to the city. Is our current system broken? I believe not. Statistics show that is a higher voter turnout in the city municipal elections compared to town. Furthermore, there has been no request by any resident on record claiming that they wanted elections to be switched. 2, transparency. The attempt for the monumental change to City of Groton municipal elections began with a request by the Secretary of State Denise Merrill in Senate Bill 353, which never made it past the committee phase. There was no communication or consultation from the Secretary of State with the 9 boroughs that this impacts. Also, there was 0 public testimony on this subject on these 9 boroughs. No one from the City of Groton was asked to weigh in, nor was it provided notification. So we can fast forward, and the Secretary of State provision was slipped into the 2021 Connecticut budget bill and passed in special session. Once again, no communication, no transparency or involvement by Secretary of State or our local state legislative delegation to consult city officials on what was happening. Why no one locally was informed is still a mystery. Transparency was substantially poor, to say the least. That goes with my final point of timing. 13 months later, in August 22, it was discovered by the city clerk that this change was effective January 2023. At this point, it was too late to add this question to the November 2022 election ballot, asking city voters their preference. The only chance to veto the state's mandate is by a 5 out of 6 city councilors to keep the elections in May. Is this inclusive, equitable, and appropriate to have a few elected officials decide on behalf of almost 5,000 registered voters? I would like to ask my Republican counterpart to join me in presenting this petition to the City Council, which is a bipartisan grassroots effort to have our residents and voters' voices heard. We reached out to members all over our diverse community, and they wanted us to tell you to keep elections in May, or at least be afforded the chance to vote at referendum. Due to the time sensitivity of this, a formal ballot initiative would have not been able to occur because of the effective changes in 2023. However, we did exceed the criteria of reaching over 5% in the last municipal election. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Robert Zuliani. I live at 23 Cushman Street, and I am the chairman of the City of Groton Republican Committee. The GCRC supports keeping the city election in May and not moving to November. I have personally walked and talked with over 120 city residents regarding the election day issue, and the overwhelming majority are concerned and confused about the changes the city election from May to November. Here are some of the comments and statements many spoke that I received. 1, why would the state want to engage in the city election? 2, I'm not interested in combining the city politics with the town. 3, really? Vote 7-member city council, 9-member town council, and 10 RTM, and 9-member board of ed is complicated and have all at once in one election. 4, Adding additional candidates will take longer to vote, extend voter time while standing in line all day. 5, this will cause confusion distinguishing between the town and the city. 6, what's going to happen to the uniqueness of the city? 7, why mix town and city politics together? 8, why bring 4 combined political parties into one election mix? You're going to have a city and a Democrat and a Republican committee, and you're going to have a town, Democrat, and Republican committee competing for candidates. 9, why can't the city voters make this choice? 10, why was the city not informed immediately once this law was passed by the state to change the election date? 11, what do the other 2 political parties think about this? 12, who are the individuals forcing this on the city? 13, separate governments need separate elections. 14, and I quote, hell no, this isn't right, unquote. 15, there should be a city referendum making this choice. 16, this is the first step to take away the independence of the city. 17, who's playing politics with city elections? Lastly, 18, this is not healthy and it will cause confusion for sure. I can assure you, residents and voters of this city are very confused and concerned. Everyone I talked to were not satisfied about this date change and want city elections to remain in May. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of election dates have regarding the significance of the city in the future. If city elections are moved to November, there is no going back to correct this. This is the voice of many individuals. Keep the election in May. I thank you for your time and your attention.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor and Councilors, my name is Jim Streeter. I reside at 64 Pleasant Street. As many of you are aware, I too have served our community in various elected and appointed positions for the period of over 45 years. I served 6 years on the City Council, 1 as Deputy Mayor, 10 years on the Town Council, 2 as Mayor, 16 years on the RTM, representing the city's 3rd District. I presently serve on the city's Planning and Zoning Commission and am chairman of the city's Ethics Commission. I have been the historian for the town of Groton for 12 years. By way of history, when the borough of Groton, now the city, was incorporated in 1903, they, like the other boroughs in the state, set their election date for May in the odd number off-cycle election years. They did so for the purpose of permitting voters to focus more effectively on the election of city officials and issues affecting the city without the distraction of electing officials or voting on issues relating to town, state, or federal elections. One important thing I practiced over my years of service was, when it came to extremely important issues, such as the one that is before you now, I would canvass the voters and take the pulse of the community just to see how they felt about the issue. Citizens' input and opinions was always a vital, important thing for me in my decision-making process. The issue of changing voting dates from May to November is one of those important decisions requiring each of you to know the pulse of the community, the residents, and the voters. As you can see, a small group of concerned community leaders, both Democrat and Republican, have taken the time to do the pulse taking of a large number of city residents and electors. We have provided you a petition signed by over 370 concerned citizens and voters. While obtaining the signatures on the petitions, the residents and voters overwhelmingly expressed their displeasure with changing the voting date from May to November. They also stated that they felt that any decision to change the voting date should be made by the voters through a referendum question on a ballot at a future city election. Therefore, on behalf of the over 370 residents and voters who signed the petition, I respectfully request and recommend that you, the elected members of the City Council, pay attention to these residents and voters, and that you vote to keep the voting date in the month of May and not change it to November. And further, if you continue to consider changing the date, to place the question on a ballot during a future election. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else? Okay, that will end the public are you gonna? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Ian Thomas, 24 Jefferson Drive. So, long story short, I'm in favor of having the election day move to November. A couple of reasons why. Well, one, I believe also it would be simpler and more inclusive. It's a lot easier to communicate that. People are expecting elections in November. But one of the things that I strive to do as an elected representative, which I serve on the RTM for District 3, is as much as I appreciate the voices of the people in the room, I also try to think about the people who are not in the room. And we've heard from the Groton City Democratic Committee, and we've heard from the Republican City Democratic Committee, and that's good. I value the information gathered on that petition. I think that is significant and worth consideration, especially the idea of bringing forward a referendum. But also, the GCDC and the GCRC are, the committee members, and as we've seen over the past couple of years, there can be a distinct difference between what committees think and what the community thinks. So I think due diligence would require more outreach and more canvassing. The informed electorate idea, I believe, that happens naturally, and I believe it would actually be an opportunity. Having the election all on the same day would be an opportunity to have a more informed electorate, to have the education occur while the campaigns are occurring. Having city council candidates and town council candidates running alongside each other. Really, it's only two districts that are going to be affected, and that's District 2 and District 3, the city. So yes, there would be, we heard in another meeting some discussion about, how that could work as far as like separate ballots or color-coded ballots. There's people who can figure that out. Other municipalities have done this. So I don't think, confusion I think actually would allow for some more clarity, because a lot of people still are confused, is it Groton Town, Groton City? So having the two happen simultaneously would allow that discussion to happen at the moment of. It would also eliminate a bit of voter fatigue. I think part of what we see when you see the numbers spike for the May elections but then drop for the November elections, the city electorate is a little bit of exhausted sometimes from, especially if it's a contentious election. And as far as like state mandates and things like that, I mean, there is, I can understand the concern about overreach, but there is a history of state and federal authorities taking action on local levels, i.e. Civil rights and that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Andre Bumgardner, 544D Shinnecossett Road here in Groton City, lifetime city resident, and it is a pleasure to be here with our city counterparts. I have the privilege of representing the town of Groton on the council, and we have been working very closely with the city on a multitude of issues and hope to continue that relationship, especially with our wonderful city councilors. But I'm here to speak in strong favor of moving the election to November from May. I'm not sure what is more confusing than voting in a May election and only being able to vote for one row. So it's very intriguing and interesting to me to hear members of our community who are very actively involved and engaged, have committed so many hours, volunteer hours to our community, and be fearful of an election that, in most cases, the outcome has already been determined. So obviously that wasn't the case this past election. I was the Democratic nominee for mayor. There was only one row, the Democratic row, where voters could vote from. There wasn't any choice for the city council. There wasn't any choice for city clerk. So there are voters out there who ask, do I need to vote? Should I vote? Because there's only one choice. So to hear from folks speak so boldly about confusion when really that's the confusion I hear on the streets is quite something. So perhaps that just speaks to the tale of two cities here in the city. But I have also heard members of this community tonight libel our state officials, certainly our state representatives, Chris Conley and Joe Delacruz, who supported this change. And from my working relationship with them, I certainly know that they at any point can pick up the phone and call any of these councilors and city mayor. So I would speak to those individuals and reason with them as to why they supported that change before publicly attacking them as well. Lastly, the importance of equity and inclusion that was emphasized. Yes, there was a member of our community stating that turnout was higher in the May election, and that's absolutely correct. And I will tell you that there is absolutely voter apathy come November. People are confused. Why do we have to vote 3 or 4 times in a given year? Especially some of those voters who felt very strongly their voices have not been heard. We're a very diverse community. We're a community of renters. We're a community of Black and Latino voters. We're a community of senior citizens, of veterans, of all folks of all walks of life. And every community member is equally important. And many of those folks who would like to speak out about these changes can't because they work third shift. So I speak for those individuals and appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Portia Bordelon, 24 Jefferson Drive. I've heard it all as well. I mean, I respect everything that was brought forward and your petition of 370 voters. But it's the largest voting body in this town is the unaffiliated independent party. So that's not being represented necessarily tonight here. So when you look at that, overwhelmingly the numbers of Democrats and Republicans per party, the independent unaffiliated. As it was already stated, what is actually wanted by our party is not indicative to what the community wants. I would not be on the Groton Town Council if my party wanted it their way. The community spoke up and made it happen. So even without the support or votes, it was able to move forward. I do think if we do not vote on this, it definitely should make it on the ballot. I'm all for moving this to November, as it was stated. It's no brainer. It doesn't change the tapestry of the city by moving it. And in fact, it empowers us. Why? My son, who serves our country in the submarine force, his accessibility to come vote twice a year, it's hard. College students, hard. Veterans, people that move in, active duty military that move in that finally register to vote here. It allows people to understand how our community works. We should not be afraid of accessibility and high turnout. We should want that and promote it as a democracy. Living in the city, for me, what does it bring? I know exactly who's running for the town council, who's running for city, who's running for RTM, and who's running for Board of Ed. It was stated here by someone that spoke that we vote on both mayors. In fact, we don't. We only vote on the city mayor. See the confusion? We only vote on the city mayor. The town mayor is not a strong mayor. It's voted at large equally by everyone who is voted in. So it gets very confusing, I agree. But it's so important that it was also stated that the renters, we have renters that are confused, but the owners. Renters are our tapestry, our diversity of our community. They are just important of the growth in our economic development here. Renters have a voice, and some renters are renters because they cannot afford to buy a home, and they should be just equal on platform as a homeowner and treated just the same. Because and look at Brantford Manor and all the problems going there. Those renters that may never get out of there have the right to accessible voting and accessibility like everybody else. It doesn't matter if you own your house or not. A renter should be treated the same. When I brought this up with my son, he said, it's a no-brainer, Mom. Move the election to November. How am I going to vote May and November when I'm deployed? We also talk about how we want to be accessible, accountable, open, and transparent. Allowing that, people are saying, oh, we don't have enough people, or it's going to influence this, it's going to, how am I going to field my slate? The Democratic chair spoke. It's never been contested anyway. You run one slate. So I encourage everyone to consider the November thing. I look for other options, and I look for ways to,
Time's up. Thank you.
okay, wow, that was so rude.
Time's up.
I asked for decorum. So can please, point of order?
Everybody stop, but your time is up.
Can you call decorum, please?
I did.
Okay, thank you. I just
your
appreciate,
time
thank
is
you
up.
for that respect. Wow. You went over too, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay. Clerk, please read the letters that we received. Emails or letters.
We received some correspondence. I'll read it into the record. Elizabeth Duarte, 54 Cottage Street, Groton. I'm unable to attend the public hearing in person and respectfully request that my comments be read into the record. I ask the City Council to vote to keep the City of Groton municipal elections in May. The state legislators in 2021 decided to change our election date to November without anyone from the city asking for it to be done. Because the state did not inform us of the change until August 2022, we are now scrambling to deal with the change before the deadline of January 1st, 2023. In my research of the bill, the Government Administration and Elections Committee, and I found that the original bill, Senate Bill 353, which was solely about the change in the election date for all municipalities with May elections, was supported by the Secretary of State's office as stated in the public hearing. Change would eliminate voter confusion, increase voter turnout, and make for more efficient use of resources in her office. It sounds to me the Secretary of State's office wanted to have less work at the expense of a long tradition of boroughs holding the election in May. The government bodies of Borough of Jewett City and Stonington have voted to keep their municipal elections in May. Thus, in Groton City keeps our elections in May, we will not be burdening the Secretary of State's office, as we will not be the sole municipality to conduct our elections in May. I have run campaigns in the Groton City since 1999. The voter file information shows that the voter turnout in May is often higher than in November of the municipal election year. In 2013, May election was 27% and November election was 25%. In 2017, May election was 37% and November election was 35%. In 2021, May election was 36% and November election was 23%. The higher turnout in May is usually because of the interest that is generated about the city issues and candidates. In speaking with the residents of the city when I was discussing signing the petitions, I often heard that it would be confusing with two separate slates. There was also the fear of city issues would get lost in the campaign with town issues. When the boroughs in Connecticut were created, most over 120 years ago, there was a reason they had the elections in May rather than November. Groton City and other 8 boroughs are municipalities within a municipality. To give both municipalities their fair and due attention, there is a need for 2 separate elections. I ask that you listen to the people as presented by the petition and vote to keep the Groton City election in May. This will allow city residents to have the time to decide in a ballot referendum or charter change if they want to change the election date to November. This is from Jay Dempsey, 22 Prospect Street. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I follow your council meetings, and I have heard your talk about changing the May election to November and asking the city voters for their opinion. Of course, this is something the candidates would have stronger feelings about. I have lived in the city for over 50 years and have participated in May city elections since 1958, winning some and losing some. But the best part of campaigning is meeting the residents and talking with them at their door. Of course, as a candidate running for the election/re-election, you quite often have to explain about voting in May. That's what makes us so special. We are not filling their homes with postcards, candidate literature, etc., as would happen with November voting. Sincerely, Fruitt. So my apologies. That's Barbara Fruitt.
Okay, hold on a minute. So for
Where's his?
Jay Dempsey's, his subject was, I support November
Oh.
elections. Thank you, Jay Dempsey, 22 South Prospect Street,
Okay.
Groton. So that's the,
So just the subject line. Okay.
yes.
My apologies. The one I just read was Barbara Fruitt. Fraught. Apologies. Emily Laurie.
Avoy.
Dear May Hedrick, I have reached out to you concerning the matter of moving the City of Groton biennial elections for the May to November. I have been working as an election office since 2014 and have concerns about creating confusion for voters at the polls. I have had the pleasure of meeting voters from all walks of life at the polls, first-time voters, lifelong voters, and everyone in between. And I can say that the busy ballots can be very confusing for many people. Voters are often rushing in before or after work, school, etc., and my concern that adding city elections to an already busy ballot would result in people not understanding their choice and possibly not voting the way that they really would like. In order to enable all voters to make their voices heard, I believe it's important to keep our ballot as easy as possible for people to understand and cast their votes. As a City of Groton resident, I respectfully request the council to vote to keep our biannual elections in May. Next one is Shirley Nelson. She is 205 Shore Ave, Groton. I want to keep votes dates in May and November. In my current position at my church, I have heard many complaints about multi-page surveys and meeting minutes which require too much reading. I can only think that combining all voting matters and people running for election into one date in November would be, again, too much reading, possibly leading to some confusion. And Ms. Bauman Sophia, which I believe spoke. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like me to read into the record? Or?
Well,
Okay.
she spoke, so there's no reason. Is that it?
That is it.
Okay. So this ends our public comment period and ends the public hearing. I will now close the public hearing and call for adjournment. We are adjourned at, what time is it now? 7:06. And we will have a 5-minute recess. So the council can take a quick break, and then we will come back and start the committee of the whole. Ms. Belfonte, are you more comfortable standing or sitting?
Whatever you guys prefer.
All right. I'm waiting on so do we have a portable stand that we can put here so that he doesn't have to stand with the microphone?
I really don't mind.
We don't, we just have that in the.
We just have that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say that.
Yeah, get your mic.
Yeah, there you go.
I think he's gonna use this one. This is a special.
He's bringing another one.
Oh, you don't get with that.
Well, that mic's not doing anything.
This mic's not? I thought he was using. Oh, there.
Got it.
All right, what are we?
Testing. No, we just need one here for Greg.
All right. City Clerk, we ready? Well,
Can I
have
see
a
the
call
agenda?
meeting order.
Agenda?
Let me,
Do
you're
you have it?
ready? Okay. All right, if I can have everyone's attention, please. Good evening. Welcome to
need
the
a
City of
copy,
Groton
too.
Committee of the Whole for Monday, October 24th, 2022. City Clerk, please call the roll. Yeah, well, and you and I can share.
My present is Mayor Hedrick, Deputy Mayor Depot, Councilor Norris, Councilor McCabe, Councilor Sheffield, Councilor Piazza, and Councilor Carter.
Okay. Thank you. So this is Committee of the Whole, the new business for referrals. The first one is an informational presentation of Michael Belfonte of Belfonte Corporation and Companies, LLC, regarding Groton Estates. So, Mr. Belfonte, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks for having us here. We have a proposal. Let's just go to the first page there, Janice. No, the other way? Here we go. So the subject is the Groton Estates apartment complex in the city of Groton. Our company, Belfonte Companies, through its LLC, has owned the property for over 20 years. We put many millions of dollars into the property, new heating systems, new windows, new roofs, carpet, appliances, etc. And we've seen a demand at the property for a clubhouse, community room, gym. As you're aware and as you've been reading, there's a lot of properties that are being amenitized. More people are staying at home. COVID triggered part of it. More people want to work from home. More people want to use the property as a community. Like I said, we've owned it for over 20 years, and we have been working with the City of Groton on several proposals over the course of the years, but it never really came this far. And thanks to Mayor Hendrick, he's helped us at least get it this far for you to listen to us, without any influence, of course. So let's go to the next slide. Go a little lower there, Janice. I can't see that well. Thanks, right there. Okay. Let me go right here. So we're just going to go through a few things here, a site plan review, a brief narrative explaining the project, the Birch Plain Creek and Groton Estates easement to the City of Groton, images depicting the proposed development area, demolition plans of Building 42, and future uses including a dog park and community support information. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, that is a depiction of the site of Groton Estates. It's a 338 unit apartment complex. There's 80 plus buildings. And in the middle of all of this, there's a parcel of land which has been owned by the City of Groton at the same time approximately that the property was built. And there was playground equipment on this property. And through the years, the playground equipment got dilapidated, and the city had to actually take the equipment off because people were complaining, and I think a few people got hurt and came into the office, et cetera. So the town, or the city rather, doesn't use the property for anything. It's your property, you have to maintain it. And so what we thought we would do is make a proposal to the city to buy that parcel. We went and we got an appraisal, and that appraisal came in at $45,000. And what we want to do is buy that property from the city to build a approximately 5,000 community center, which will include a leasing office, which will include a gym and a community room for the residents. And that's what we would like to try to do. In addition to that, there's an old dilapidated building down at the end of the street, I believe it's Paul Revere, and we want to knock that down and help build a trail for the city of Groton, at the same time giving you an easement across our property so you could connect the trails. That's really the plan. Let's go to next. I don't have to read this verbatim, but the clubhouse basically will allow for a larger, more central location, providing the residents better amenities and a better lifestyle. This is an aerial, actually, of the complex, which you could see where the parcel is, delineated by number 1. And those are all our buildings and apartments that surround building number 1. Number 5 is a current new playground that we recently built. So we're not taking a playground away, even though one doesn't exist anymore. We actually created one for our residents. In no particular order, we'll go back to number 2. You could see that in the right side of the screen. On top, that's the easement that the city has requested to connect your trails, which I understand you've been working on. The city's been working on for a number of years. Number 4 is where the dilapidated building is today, and our plan is to knock that down and create a dog park for the residents. As you know, pets, as you've been reading, pets have become very popular, especially in apartment communities. At one point, we wouldn't allow dogs because of the risk and the damage they cause, and today you almost have to rent apartments and allow dogs. We take a pet deposit, and it's part of people's lives today, and it's very soothing and comforting. I happen to have a dog, chocolate lab actually, and we love her very much. So dogs are in, and so we want to create a dog park on number 4. And number 3 is the city park, which is your land, which would be created there and again attached to the trails from what I understand. Again, this depicts where the building would be laid out. That's number 1. Number 5, again, is the playground. Number 3 are the trails. Number 4 is where the building would be knocked down and where we would put the dog park. And number 2 is the easement that we would be allowing the town, or city rather, to have. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the site plan for the building. It's actually a 2-level facility, grade on the, let me see which street that is. This is, yes, this is Constitution, would be where the Constitution Place. You'd have parking there for future residents. You'd walk right into the clubhouse, and then there would be a lower level going out to the deck and lower parking below. And then all the open space that surrounds this, which people could use for frisbees or running around, picnicking, or whatever they would like. So we're creating more green space around the area. Next. This is just the floor plans. You have a proposed, excuse me, lower level floor plan, And then the proposed upper level, which shows the club room, the leasing offices, the reception, and the lower level shows the fitness area. And we have these little carrels that we want to build, sort of like a WeWork kind of space for people if they want to get out of the house and call their office, et cetera. And we would privatize those so that people could have some privacy away from their apartment. If they had kids or a barking dog, they could always go down to the club room and, make themselves at home and do some work down there. Restrooms, both on the lower level as well as the upper level. That is the rendering of the community space. Again, the upper level entering from the street and the lower level entering from the parking below. We used a brick facade and made it very colonial. Greg Nucci is our architect from Point One. I'll introduce him in a minute. If you have any questions about the design and et cetera. But what we tried to do is keep the building in the spirit of the community, using a lot of brick, the cupola, the weather vane, keeping that colonial tradition and making it, look timeless as if it was there when the place was built. Next. These are all the signatures from our folks at the property. We have over 75 signatures here, and we got these during COVID, so it wasn't easy because no one wanted to come into the office and actually sign. But for the most part, everyone wants to see this there. We also did a survey, which we can go to last. And this was done by a third-party survey. And basically, most of the residents came up with voting yes for this community clubhouse. Most of the folks were the people that have been there for 2 years or less, as you can see with the chart on the right. And 75 answered this survey, basically. And then just some quotes from some people. You want to say something? Okay. And that's our presentation, and we believe that this is a great thing for the community. It's a good thing for the grand list. It'll be a tax generator. We're not asking for anything from the city in terms of any financial help at all. We would be paying for the clubhouse ourselves. The LLC that owns the property would be. And it would be to code. And we would ask that the council consider entering into a purchase and sale agreement with us, which has already been drafted. It's in the hands of the mayor and Leslie Crean. It gives us 4 months approximately after the effective date, which is the signing date, to do our due diligence and get pricing on the clubhouse, because it's going to be a very expensive proposition to build something like that today. With the cost of construction, it's a very expensive undertaking. In addition, we have to knock down the building at the end of the street, which is expensive also. Demolition is expensive today. We have to build the dog park. And we also are going to hopefully do a new maintenance facility that's in need of repair, which is on the property. It's in the same, we'd use the same footprint where the maintenance building is. It's not a new maintenance building. It's just a retrofitted maintenance building. And that's basically what we have today. I open up questions, and Greg.
Could you go to this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bring this up. I want to bring Sierra up real quick to talk about the trail and the connectivity of the Birch Plain. Oh, you have your own. Sorry. Do you want to use that, Sierra, or do you want to kind of point it out on here too?
But I figured a map of the overall trail.
Okay. So one of the things that the purchase of this the sale of this property rather, will help with us is we have an overall walkability, bikeability in the city of Groton, and we're trying to connect Thomas Road to Washington Park. And so right now, you have the trail, Birch Plain Creek Trail goes, city property, then goes behind Branford Manor, and they may have to maintain that, and then it stops in Groton Estates, and we're looking at a walkway, an easement through on the side, so on the Branford side, coming alongside here, and then going across and then connecting to where number 2 is, and then that ties us into the private property that we're gonna get easement through, and then that'll tie us into the, school. So behind the, Thames River Magnet School. So with that, Sierra, I'll turn it over to you. So just a real quick.
Covered almost everything I was gonna say, but.
Real quick overview.
Basically, this has been, the Birch Plain Creek Trail has been a project that the city of Groton has been talking about for over a decade. And within the last couple of years, we decided to kind of revisit this discussion and actually move forward with the master planning process of the trail. The trail is approximately 3.2 miles long. It does connect, it's looking to connect the Thomas Road to here at the City Hall in Washington Park. It spans across 10 different parcels. The majority of those parcels are city-owned and Groton-owned land. Both entities are in agreement of moving forward with the plans, and there are 3 privately owned parcels. One is Branford Manor, where we already have an agreement, as well as Groton Estates, and then I believe it's Lytton. There's one more private property developer right up there. So this agreement or negotiation is all part that leads into this. We wanted to look at a potential of an off-road trail in this area. If you guys are familiar, this trail will run parallel to Brandegee. Brandegee does not have very many continuous sidewalks or even availability for biking options. So this would provide that off-road option for our community members, as well as some additional open space, as you can see, even in this depiction with number, ooh. There we go. Even with this depiction with, oh my, it's my shirt, I'm sorry. Y'all said these tassels are in the way. Even with number 3, you can see how it's not just the trail itself, but there are offshoots for other open space opportunities along the trail that we are considering as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sierra. And go ahead and take your static display down in case we need to look at the presentation, or just thank you. Okay. Now I will open the floor for discussion. Councilor McCabe.
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Which parcel of land are you, is it number 1 that you are purchasing from the city? So we own this parcel that's dead center in the middle of your complex?
We do.
That's right. Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Deputy Mayor Depot.
Okay, I just have a couple clarifications. Are there any residents in the building that you're planning to demolish?
No.
Just out of curiosity. And then, I think you said this, but I'm not, I would just want to make sure, the dog park is going to be for residents only, right? So it's not going to be for people on the trail to use? Okay.
Correct.
And then, I see, so you had 75 people respond to your survey. How many total residents do you have?
Oh, I would say somewhere around 600, maybe 600.
That's it.
Councilor Sheffield?
And this survey was, these signatures are what, 2020 or 2021?
What you're seeing here?
Yeah.
I think 2021.
Okay, for the signatures, that's
Oh,
that's what's
yeah,
up.
it, you know, the signatures, just so you're aware, you know, we invited people to come in and sign. You know, we weren't knocking on doors, certainly. And then the survey was done by an independent party. Well, there's nobody, the only ones that are maybe against the community room are people that are fearful that their rents are gonna go up because honestly, there's a new community room and somebody's gotta pay for it. But that's not part of the program. The program is to give back to the residents so we can honestly retain residents. That's
So-
the object.
So you're assuring the residents that rent will not?
I'm not, listen.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Okay.
I wanna be clear with that. When utilities go up and insurance goes up and, normal expenses go up, I mean, it's an affordable, I don't know if you're aware, but we have a percentage of affordable units at Groton Estates. We have a mortgage with Chaffa, and we have to make sure that 20% of the property is leased to people that make less than 60% of the median income, and we have to make sure that another 20% make less than 80% of the median income. So we've already, by getting our Chaffa mortgage, which was done about 8 years ago, we actually gave up affordability on this property. I'll also say that of the 3,000 units that we own and manage, over 50% are affordable. So we are big affordable proponents in the state of Connecticut.
Councilor Piazza?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a few things. So do we know the percentage of children that actually live in these units? So how many people you said that was actually there? I just wrote it down somewhere. 600 residents. Do you know what percentage of that is children?
I do not.
Okay.
I will say that there are a de minimis amount of 3 bedrooms, I think 4 in the property. So if there are kids, well, there are kids, but I mean, it's not it's not a complex that is filled with children and school-age kids. There are children, but it's not a place that has, like next door as an example, where there are a lot of 3-bedroom apartments. That's not what this is. Mostly working people. I would say that most of the people work for Electric Boat or Pfizer, for the most part.
Thank you. So that was my next question. I believe it was on one of these pages. Oh, here it is, for your survey. So you had most of the people that said yes have lived there from 0 to 2 years. I'm not sure if you had the median age of them, but those who said yes, 0 to 2 years, are they the more transient people, maybe working for Pfizer's, EB, or military, and will be moving out? Do we have any idea of that?
Well, most people don't stay in apartments. I mean, it's a lifestyle choice that, lasts about 2 years, honestly. And then people either buy homes or move out or rent somewhere else, or their job takes them somewhere else. So very few people are there, 10, 20 years. And we're very conscious of those people and very good at managing their rent.
Thank you. So could you just give us on the other side, those who didn't sign it, so the different statements they made, could you give us opposing statements that any of the residents made?
I think the
And
only
what the
people
reason
that-
was for it?
I think the only reason that people were afraid of it, and it wasn't a lot, was that they thought that because we're building this, rents are automatically going up. And that's not what our intent is.
Would the dog park be enclosed, or would it be?
It would be enclosed.
It would be enclosed, okay,
Yes.
because I'm just looking at the diagram and to tie the trail and having people going around a dog park, that's number one. I was just thinking about, people being afraid of dogs, the dogs are barking, how would that all work? So I just want to see if it's going to be enclosed or
It would
not.
be enclosed.
Okay, and my other thing is when we spoke about this proposal one time before, there was a resident that came, she was the only one that showed up, I remember. And so she had made a statement about the kids playing in this green grassy area, that whenever the people find, when the kids are out playing, where are you at? We're at the green grass, the green square. They had a common name for it. So, and I had made a statement that I am a bus driver, and right where all the parking is right now kind of proposes, I mean, I'm sure it'll get changed, but, I always look at, for me, when I drove there, and actually I did drive there today, there was a bus that went there that dropped off probably at least half, if not three-quarters of the bus there, and they would exit onto the green area there. But I see that you're proposing the open space for Frisbee, so forth and so on, because it appears to me that the clubhouse seems to be more geared toward adults than it does children. So I was just thinking, you know, we don't know what the percentage of children are there, but, you know, what are we doing for the children there who may grow up in the city of Groton here? You know, so we want to keep them
Well, we
to
did
stay.
build a new playground right across the street. What's that number there?
Mhm.
Number 5, actually.
Yeah, so it's on Constitution Place, but across from
Yes.
where this parking would be. Yeah, I've seen
Correct.
it. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not huge, but, I mean, it is a playground. So I'm just looking at the children I've seen there and how many have exit in this area and just, you know, over time, where will they be? Where will they play? Will people complain that the kids are here, they can't be over here because of parking or so forth and so on? I mean, I think it's a wonderful idea. I mean, you have a lot of people that want it, and we're including about the dogs and so forth. I think there's a lot of things to look at. I think it has a lot of positives, you know, and I'm also looking at the children. I just don't know if they're being kind of more tucked away. That's just something I see a little bit. But, I mean, I like a lot of the ideas of it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Depot?
Just a follow-up question on the rent. I know that you can't guarantee that rents won't go up, but are you going to keep the same schedule of rent increases that you've done in the past? Are you going to do an interim rent change because of this project?
No.
Okay. And then I just want to clarify, because looking at these graphs also, does this graph show, is the green on this graph the same as the yes green on this graph?
I don't know
But,
Yeah.
but then what's the yellow then? Yeah, that,
So 0 to less years than 2 to 7 years, it's just trying to show you of the people that responded, how many were there in the 0 to 2 years, and then 2 to 7 years, and then.
right, but this is everyone that responded. The green isn't everyone that responded yes, and this is everyone that responded no.
Well,
That's,
right.
that's what I'm
So
asking. I just want to
two
make
separate
sure.
distinct-
I don't think that
Two separate tables.
Okay, so the people who voted yes are not all people who were there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because
Okay, thanks
it's
for
the same
clarifying that.
color,
I see what you're
so
saying.
it looks a little confusing. Okay, I think, yep, that's all I got. Thank you.
You want to go next? Counselor Carter? And then I'll come back to you.
Thanks for coming. It's a good illustration. It's a lot more information than the last time you guys came to the council, so I appreciate that, you know. Just a couple things. So for the easement that you have that's open, right? And I asked this question before, but I never got an answer. At least I think I didn't. So if that portion or that parcel was not sold way back when, there may or may have not been a reason. So my question is, do we know the reason why that wasn't sold to you way back when? That's the first question. And then the second question would be, do they have like a right of like first refusal type of deal if we wanted to put it up for sale? Like, do they automatically have the rights to that if we want to put it for sale, or can somebody just come in and outbid them for sale? Or would we get into any type of, would we get into any issue where, say, if somebody wanted to come in and say, well, why are you selling to these guys if we own this? That's, and,
Let me see if someone knows. Leslie, do you know the answer
and then-
to that question?
I don't, I can find out.
Okay.
Nothing that, I've read a lot of the files on this, and I haven't seen anything that refers to a right of first refusal, but that doesn't mean it's not.
Let's take a note on that so that we can come back to council, unless,
Well, I think we can answer the first question.
Okay.
That the center site was almost grandfathered in. I think it was done at the time that the complex was built. So I don't know why the city ended up with that. when it happened, and the developer, which was not us, by the way, we've only owned this for 20 years. The developer ended up building all around this center parcel. Now, at one time, there were swings, and there was a merry-go-round type of thing, I don't know what you call those, but,
Yeah.
And the town had to mow it and maintain the equipment, and then it gradually
So, yeah.
got dilapidated. As it relates to the value, the land is worthless to anybody but us, because it's not developable. You're not putting apartments there. So when we got the appraisal, it was an appraisal on what that parcel of land is worth. Frankly, you know, we thought we were being very generous with the $45,000. I think that it's worth nothing to, you're not gonna build a single-family home there.
Okay.
You're not gonna build apartments there, so the only thing you could build is something that we, as the owner of the complex, would really like to use it for, which is a community room for the residents.
Yeah.
I think that's the highest and best use.
No, and I agree. I'm all for it. I'm all for development, and I think it's a good thing. But it's a good thing just assuming that way back when I was probably not even born, right?
Right.
You know, was there something in place that said, okay, you guys can develop all around, but we need some type of easement for people to play or some open space, because we don't want buildings around, you know? Or is it on a graveyard? I don't know. You know, do we know that information? You know?
I don't, no.
You guys. Okay, so let me tell you what I think I know. We may want to go, Ron Gaudet, this is for you. We may want to go back into the archives. My understanding is that the pump station that's now down at the bottom, sorry. Oh, yeah. The pump station that is now down at the bottom used to be, if you look at your one drawing, can you bring up probably the first or second drawing? No, I'm gonna point something out. Okay, go up a couple more. Yes, that'll do. Bring it back up. See, bring it to where I can get to here. See this see this corner line that's there? And you'll be able to see it in your drawings that were provided to you. If you go to the other drawings, that same corner is there. My understanding is there was something that the utility owned there. I think it was a pump station. And then there was something else that the utility owned over here. I don't know what that is. That was a long time ago. It was tore down a long time ago. And then the city just kept the property and didn't do anything. Now, you know, there was no real discussions about selling it or anything else, because nobody could use it except for these guys, because it's not buildable. But that's my understanding. Ron, if you could ask somebody, go back into the arc.
That is. So I had E look this up. There's nothing on the books to transfer to the utility because the city owned wastewater at the time.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So UHAS actually did take a look into it. You may have more to add later.
Okay.
But it's not on our books.
Well, and that makes sense, because up until recently, Water Pollution Control Authority, you guys used to be it, because the sewer was all in your taxes. And so that's probably why you guys don't have it. But that's my understanding. Now, it's anecdotal. I don't have anything in writing, but I'll see if I can find something to better substantiate and answer your question. Okay.
Yeah, I'm all for it, just for the record. I just want to make sure that there wasn't something in place that we didn't know about. I mean, it just seems odd that all these buildings would be built as a site of one parcel of land, you know?
Could you go down just a couple more slides? I just wanted to address something for Christine, too. I think it's the other way, I'm sorry. Go the other way. Stop, bring that one up. Also, this new area in number 3 is other places where people could kind of hang out also. So you're almost creating, with this easement, more green space when you connect those trails.
For children.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was, one of the concerns was going back to parcel number 1, that, oh my gosh, you're gonna take away all the space for all the kiddos. But if you look at the footprint, and we can still talk about if we need to try to minimize this a little bit or not, but when I did the math, and I don't know if I did the math on this parcel or the original one that you put, it ends up being only about 12.5% of the space. Now that drawing there doesn't really look representative. If that's the scale, then that 12.5% is incorrect. But it still gives them a long way to run up and down and a long way to run back and forth. I know you had made a comment about growing up in PQ and playing ball and stuff like that. That's still, I think, based on when I visited down there, that gives the kids enough room to do that. The other thing that I'm going to encourage council to do, this is informational only, I'm not moving this yet to you, but I encourage each and every one of you to take the information you have with you, go down there and see this for yourself, so that you understand what's going on. We haven't talked about this in a while, it's been over a year, but the thing that Sierra brought up, being able to tie the end of the Branford Manor part of the trail through this property across is instrumental in completing our trail. So that's important when you're talking about the trails that we're trying to do, walkability, bikeability in the city of Groton. The dog part, that's a bonus. And then taking care of the residents is, what you're trying to do. Go ahead, Councilor Carter. Oh,
One more question?
okay, go ahead. And then I'll come to
And just because of this, just the more recent history we have with different developers.
Yeah.
Would this sale of the land, would this all be in agreement with the sale, or are we just selling the space
Ask me a different way. It's
Are-
not
are we
it's
just
not a
selling-
land swap.
So are we selling this space, or are we selling this space with the contingency, right? That they're doing all this?
Oh, absolutely. It's all gonna be in one contract.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That way, everybody agrees we're all tied legally to this. Yeah, absolutely, I understand.
Rashad, that's why we have a 90 or 120-day due diligence, because I want to make sure, that we could deliver, obviously. And we haven't priced this yet. I know it's going to be expensive, but I'd like to know what it's going to be.
Hold on, I have information.
Are you going to tell me?
I do. Okay, from George Scully, who is retired now but was with the Groton Utilities with electric, there was a 2-pump system there. It would pump halfway up the hill and then pump to the top. Bigger pumps were put in the bottom station, and the halfway station wasn't needed. So
There you go.
that's the history from somebody who's been here. And I think you all know George Scully and know his reputation. He's also he's one of the commissioners of the Utility Commission, so.
That's probably why you couldn't sell it to the developer.
Right.
So,
Right.
there's your answer.
Let's see, hold on. Counselor McCabe, you've been waiting. Thank you.
That's okay. Actually, I just want to say I appreciate what I see here in this plan. I see something for everyone. I see green space around the clubhouse, so there's still green space for the kids. A playground, we have a place for dog lovers. We have place for the city to walk the trails, which is something I would like to have. All the counselors, if we could walk all of the trail together.
Sure.
So we could see it, that would be great. The fitness center, I can picture the young, Pfizer, EB, young people that live there, as well as our senior citizens having a place to go to work out that's close by and convenient. So thank you for bringing this in.
Counselor Norris?
Well done. This came up about a year ago. I was one of the counselors that voted against it. I took the following 4 months and I went down to the location, 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock at night, 12 in the afternoon, hot days, cold days, and spoke to a lot of people. I would venture to say I knocked on at least 50 doors and spoke to a lot of other people and asked for their opinion. I think your 80% is wrong, because I got 100% of folks that like the idea. I asked about playing and where the kids play, and they actually said kids play on the grassy areas between the apartments. That's where kids play ball, ride their bikes. Very few kids actually played in the large green area, so that got me thinking a little bit. I like the fact that you heard us the last time. We had questions, and you've answered all these questions here. So my vote is changing, obviously, because I think you guys did your due diligence, and so did I as a council member by going down there a year ago and trying to figure this out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councilor Piazza.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to understand this, on the,
Open space? At the bottom?
yes, the slide here, the one that shows the walkways, the trails. So it says City of Groton Pump Station, so there is one there?
Yeah, if you go down there, you'll see an
Yeah.
osprey nest.
Yes.
And you'll see a little brick building.
Yes.
That is the pump station that replaced the one up at the top.
So
in the middle.
am I understanding that, like, the grayish area here is water? I mean, is it marshy there or no?
Well, you have sea oats there.
Uh-huh.
That is part of Birch Plain Creek. It is a tidal wetlands. There is a delineation. If you go down there and walk this, you'll see there's grass, and there's a clear delineation of where the wetlands start.
Right.
So I don't know if that answers your question or not. I think once you go down there and take a look at that, I think that will answer.
Well,
answer your
I've been
question.
down there.
Okay.
I have been down there, but, so I was just looking at, I guess, if there was a scale for how many feet, I might have missed it on these slides, but I see one here. So just for an idea, when we're looking at coming down Paul Revere and coming along this green grass area number 3, so from the road curb itself into the green grass area, how many feet are we going back, per se? How it exists now, or would it be, because that, when you get down to the bottom, it gets pretty wide. Will we be pulling up more to make the grassy area bigger for the children, or is it just gonna be as is?
I don't know the answer. Hold on, Deputy Mayor Depot may be able to answer.
Well, I had a question that kind of piggybacks on what
Okay.
Councilor Piazza
Well, then
said about
let's
that.
ask that question, and then we'll get them both answered.
Because I was going to ask if we're currently maintaining this, or if we haven't been maintaining it because we couldn't connect the trails.
I think it's the latter. I don't think you're maintaining this. It's just been laying fallow.
Because there was no connection.
Correct. I think
But
so.
somebody has to be mowing that grass, because the grass is quite nice there.
But I'm
Somebody has
wondering,
to be
because I
mowing
think
it.
Councilor Piazza's point of, there aren't current walking paths there, I don't think, so do we
No.
intend to build bridges over marshy areas, or, because I kind of had a similar question.
Leslie, can you answer that?
Sure. When we get all of the connections, or we're looking at doing the trail in segments, and obviously the goal is to connect the segments that we have. This is one step toward that. And where there are wetlands, anything that's done anywhere near that would have to go through the Conservation Commission.
Mhm.
So there is the whole land use approval piece of this.
Mhm.
So and we would determine basically wetlands in Connecticut you're required to try and do the least amount of intervention possible in order to achieve your goal.
We just did a project with the North Branford Land Trust, actually, in Connecticut here, and they built something called, I never heard the term, but they're called Boy Scout bridges, where you have like a joist or a 2x4 and then planks across it, so you're not disturbing the wetlands. So any place that there were wetlands, they'd build these bridges that were walkable. And according to the Army Corps of Engineers and wetlands, that's allowable. So I think That's city land. I think it's, you need like a commission, not a commission, but, a group, an ad hoc group to maybe figure it out on what you want to do there.
But we can do
I think
this.
we might have been mowing it, by the way, now that I
So-
think about
So
it.
the intent is, if you take the Birch Plain Creek Trail to the end, it goes in behind Branford Manor, and then it, pretty much you come out of a big thing of vegetation, because it wasn't very, when I walked it, wasn't very well taken care of. Now we've been working with Branford to make sure they maintain that. But that comes out onto Groton Estates property. We're looking to get an easement through that to get to here, and then the easement to come in the back of 4, so that we can tie into the trail. So connect the trails, that's what we're looking to do.
I mean, I like the trail idea. I was just, so with that, so the segments of the trail would not happen unless we get the easement in reference to this building.
That's correct.
Okay,
Well,
so,
let me just for point of reference, the easement is number 2. If you want to just pull that up.
Right.
And one is the actual sale.
right,
So the
right.
easement connects,
It's right around the dog park.
yes, thank you.
Right around.
Yeah.
So
Is that
if,
your
so,
question?
well, I mean, I'm assuming from what everybody, all the statements back is that basically what's sitting there from the curb over, and how it's sitting right now is how it's gonna stay, basically. You know, I don't know, I'm just thinking about the children are really in my heart. I mean, I've been there, you know, and I used to take my bus down there and tell the kids, look at the osprey nest and so forth, so on. But I mean, as far as the playing area, I'm not sure, you know, I get concerned about, then it goes into wetlands and so forth and so on, how safe is it? So, I mean, there's all kinds of things, but anyway, I mean, I like the whole total idea, but I just look at kids and being safe and so forth. So I'm just really understanding, so if we don't get this easement, we cannot do these segments in connection. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Any other comments or questions from the council at this time? Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, moving on.
Keep these, I suppose.
We're going to Economic Development Minor Facade Improvement Application Packet for Richard Fox. Do we need another chair? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor.
I will be in touch with you in the next couple of days, and Leslie will be in touch.
Very nice meeting everybody. Thank you.
Same here, thank you for your time. What?
Okay? Are we ready?
We are ready.
All right, Sierra, you have the floor.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm here today to present our first minor facade improvement application that has gone through. I am joined by Richard Fox. He is the property owner of the parcels we are going to discuss today, as well as Nishant, who is the chair of the Economic Development Commission. So you guys should have received a packet of his application. The application is complete. The work that was done was on, is it 112 North Street? There were awnings that were replaced in front of it's the liquor store.
The liquor store and the upholsterer.
In the upholsterer. You can see from some pictures within your packets, the before and after elements of what those awnings, the conditions those awnings are previously in, and the new awnings that were installed. Mr. Fox has invested a total of $2,500 in the replacement of these awnings, and is requesting the reimbursement for the minor facade improvement for that full amount. Under the programs, policy, and procedures, the EDC does feel as though the project meets our guidelines and recommends the full award of $2,500 to Mr. Fox for the improvements that he has completed. He is current on all of his utility bills, as well as all of his taxes for both the city and the town. And so in this process, so this is our first application, the EDC reviews the applications, provides a recommendation, and then we bring these applications to you guys for further consideration and for a final vote at a mayor and council meeting. But we are here today if there are any questions that you have for us.
Okay, we're gonna open this up for discussion. Deputy Mayor Debo?
I would just like to say that I noticed that the awnings were changed because your building is a major throughway. So I drive by it all the time, and I know a lot of people who work at EB drive that way to get back to the highway. So I actually did notice that that was improved, and I think it's a great first application for our facade improvement program because it does make a big difference in the way that your building looks.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to let you know that I did notice it before you put in this application. And I want to commend the Economic Development Commission and Sierra as the specialist. I think this is a really good way to incentivize people to improve their buildings, and the before and after pictures are clear evidence of that, because it does make a difference when you drive through the city and you see people improving their buildings. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm hopeful that this is the start of a good movement in a direction to help our business owners to improve their buildings and not have to bear the brunt of as much of the cost. So thank you.
Councilor McCabe?
Actually, I don't have much to add to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I echo what Gwen said. Thank you so much. I'm very excited that we're getting this program off the ground, and I hope you're the first of many business owners that take on and apply for this.
Okay, other, Councilor Piazza?
I just want to piggyback off of that. So I live very close to that plaza, and I do use a few of the businesses there, so I was very happy to see that, and I think it ties in well with all the things that are happening in Washington Park. We have the Boston Mobile. It's just really tidying up, and do come an entrance, and as a bus driver, I go by there every day. So it does look very nice, and I don't know, for some reason with the new awnings, it also looks like more accessible per se, more inviting. So thank you for taking that initiative and taking it upon yourself to do that. And I really appreciate everybody's time and efforts in it.
Thank you. Councilor Norris?
Wanted to say thank you for taking the initiative regardless of the grant, because it was something
Yeah,
I
not
know
to
that you were.
interrupt. I did it first.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I was blown away when Sierra reached out and said, this is available.
Right.
And it's like, thank you.
So I just wanted to say, because that's a perfect example of where a owner takes the initiative, gets something done, and the city reaches out, or there's a connection that says, hey, we can help with this situation. Because COVID has driven me to that building quite a bit, because I gotta get my suits altered like every 2 weeks. And I remember I looked out and go, wow, that's really nice. So good job. You make the city look what we want it to look like. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, then hearing none, I will take a motion to move this to the mayor and council meeting of November 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carried. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. Okay, the Public Works sweeper, I'm going to defer this to the November Committee of the Whole. We, unless there's a timing issue, we are looking at some funding streams, and we were looking closer at the quote, and the quote that we had coming to you had expired. So I wasn't going to bring it to you with an expired quote. So we'll move on to the fire department truck repairs. Everybody? Does everybody have this?
One of two.
Okay, I have this. Good. Okay. Chief?
Good evening. This will hopefully be the quickest, easiest, benign thing you deal with tonight, and I will not be as passionate as I just was. So, our truck, the engine at headquarters, G11's transmission broke. We needed to get it fixed. We sent it to our local vendor. They, in essence, called in the experts who deal in transmissions, and it was sent to Middletown to the Allison transmission to be fixed. It was fixed. The mayor, we needed the truck back. It was an emergency type thing, but I'm coming to you, and hopefully we'll put it on the meeting next week as a resolution because it's over $10,000. So what you have in front of you is the what it costs to fix the transmission on the truck.
So this is the invoice. Typically, what we try to do is we try to bring the repairs to you up front in advance. But this was an emergent repair, so it got paid. And so now we're coming and saying, look, we have an invoice of $13,000 and it's got to come to council. So that's the truth. I'll take comments from the council. Deputy Mayor Depot.
So this is one of the main fire trucks, right?
Yes, the front line engine.
And I know in the past, we've had repairs that have changed the cycle of replacement. Is this one of those repairs, or no? Are we still on the same cycle of replacement, or will this change the replacement date needed for this truck?
No, we would be on the same cycle. This truck is 2009, obviously original transmission. We would have liked it not to break, and I still haven't got a good answer as to why it broke, but it catastrophically failed, and so we needed to replace it.
So is it new transmission?
New,
They didn't repair the
rebuilt,
old one?
Correct. Rebuilt.
Oh, rebuilt, okay.
But it is not the transmission that was in there. They took that out and put a new rebuilt transmission in.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Piazza.
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot of the questions were answered. So it's 2009. How many miles is on it? Do you know?
I do not know off the top
Okay.
of my head. Fire trucks, mileage isn't always a good determinant factor because they sit idling quite often at calls, at fires. So really engine hours, which I don't know off the top of my head either.
Okay,
But
okay. Same for our buses. So personally, not that I'm a mechanic, but I have had transmission rebuilt. I think for it being the frontline engine, I think it's a great price. And is there a warranty on this work?
we are going to purchase an additional warranty for 4 years. That wasn't part of the fix, and that's $1,400, so it's not, something that needs to come before the council. But the trucks, our trucks are not like an over-the-road truck that you put 200,000-300,000 miles on. They start cold, and we obviously respond quickly. So there is different wear and tear than on a normal truck. So I assume that's part of the problem.
So the answer to your question on the invoice, over here you'll see hours.
Right, how many
as
hours,
mileage.
right. Thank you for pointing that out, I appreciate that.
And we do, check our trucks daily, and we check them thoroughly weekly, including the transmission and fluid and all those things. And we had actually noticed that it was shifting hard and had it scheduled to go in to have a service, and it failed before it got in there.
So I'm not a fire engine driver. It says in here several clutches failed. Is it manual?
No.
Or it's not? It is
No,
automatic?
it is
Just
automatic.
for
We
my
don't
knowledge.
have, we don't have any manual trucks anymore.
Okay.
When I started,
I
we
just saw
had them all,
clutches
but,
and thinking,
yeah. No, it's all internal.
Okay.
It's all computerized nowadays.
So what is the original warranty without the extended warranty? How long is their original warranty on the rebuilt?
On the rebuilt was a year, parts and labor.
And the extended will give you how long?
4.
Oh, 4. Okay, I missed that, I'm sorry. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Norris.
Just procedure question, Chief. So is this Location, Stewart and Stevenson, is it a sole provider for repairing transmissions to this type of vehicle?
They're the Allison, it's an Allison transmission. They are the Allison specialist.
Okay, I got
So
it.
we sent it to Shipman's Fire Equipment, which does most of our
Yeah.
work. It was beyond their scope. They called in Allison, the Allison dealer that's who they deal with, who advised them,
Got
of
it.
the problem.
Right. Because I just want people to know that this was that type of situation, therefore we probably didn't go out and get 3 prices and all that kind of stuff, because
Correct.
this was the location that
Yes.
could do it.
As it was, we had to tow it there, so definitely not going to tow it to 3 places. But to your point, it's also Allison is the transmission that's in there, so
Right.
this is the authorized
Right.
Allison transmission dealer.
Anything else? Councilor Carter?
Just a comment. I wasn't going to say anything, but because I thought it was gonna be quick. But listen. Well, first of all, this was an emergency, correct?
It was.
So we wouldn't even have the opportunity to bid out and whatnot, right? I think, and I've asked this question before, right? Incidents like this in the utilities, right, when there's an emergency, right? I think this is a little redundant. It should be more informational to tell us this is what happened, as opposed to getting a vote to actually vote on something that already happened, that needed to happen. And I just want to make that on comment. It's not for you, it's something that we have to look forward, because it doesn't really make any sense.
I understand your comment. The reason we're bringing it to you
Because we have
is,
to. Right?
second,
Because we have to.
because we have
But
to.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't make, you know what I mean?
I
Like
got it.
like the chief came up here saying it was gonna be short because it really should have been short, right? It's supposed to be more of a comment. This is what we did. I'm just thinking of future, so
Got it.
you made it, you made a decision based on emergency, should be seconded by the mayor and then be a done deal.
And I had funds. We have a truck account
Yep.
to maintenance.
I'm just kidding.
So I don't know if this is the right place, but there has been talks before internally that the $10,000 threshold from a department head standpoint in modern dollars is not enough.
It doesn't make
It's
sense.
not enough.
Right.
And
We talked
that'd be
about that.
great if we
We
could,
did.
we have
And
had that discussion before department head
That
meetings.
is something internally that we're looking at, is that threshold of 10,000, moving it up to something. I'm not sure yet. We haven't completed that discussion internally, but it is a discussion that we're having. So, any other, Counselor
All right,
Sheffield?
so we don't have a motion here to move?
Not yet.
Oh, no,
I'm
okay.
getting ready to.
Okay, okay.
Okay? If everybody's done. All right, I'll take a motion to move this to the mayor and council meeting of 11/7/22.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Thank you, chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for keeping us safe.
All right, so now we're going to talk about the May, November election. We had a public hearing tonight. I have given you some information, I think, in your packet. You have the Public Act, which I think you've had before. You also have the questions that was asked to ask and answered officially by Ted Bromley, the election official, and by our council. The blue is his response, the red is our council's response. And so you have that in front of you. Also, something that is new to you is I asked Edward to pull up the election calendar. The election calendar for the '23 election is not out yet, but this is the election calendar for '21. So,
I don't have that stuff.
this,
I mean, I have them in my email from before.
This one was on the table.
did we not give this? Here, you can have this. I thought
I think I have this in my
well,
email.
does the council not have this?
No, I don't have that one. No, not
The one that's red and blue from Ted Bromley and from,
But that was the one, is that a copy from our email?
it is from your email.
But it's, we don't have it in our packet.
No, sorry, my apologies. I thought you did. We don't have extra copies laying around, right? Okay? But, well, that's okay. I don't think we need them yet. Okay? So, so where are we now? So we need to discuss this. And then I am looking to probably move this to the mayor and council meeting of 11/7 because of, we have to do this, the requirements, we have to do it 6 months before. So 6 months, if you take May back to January, that's 5, and then one more month, December. We know we can't do it in January because January clock ticks to January, it's automatically moved to November. I'm looking to have this voted on in November. One of the reasons I'm looking to have it voted on in the first meeting in November, let me double check the calendar real quick here. I am not going to be here so the 7th is the first meeting, the second meeting is the 21st of November, and I haven't put this out yet, but I will be on vacation down to North Carolina for Thanksgiving for that week. So I will not be here to have that meeting, to chair that meeting, and I would really like to chair the meeting. So that puts us to 7 November. I think information has been supplied to the council. You have the information from the election official and from our attorney. You've heard from the citizens, you've heard from different people that have come and spoke during citizens petitions. You've also talked to individuals yourselves when you've been out and about in town. And so if there's anything else that you need or would want to discuss, let me know so that we can either get it to you or whatever. I'm not trying to change your mind. I have not taken a position publicly on this on purpose because I don't want it to be interpreted as the mayor said. I do think that regardless of whether you choose November or May, I think it would behoove us to put a question on the referendum, on a ballot, and ask the voters. I realize there are people that may not vote, that might be influenced by one way or another, but we're not gonna know that. But put the question on the ballot so that you're now asking the voters in the city of Groton, what do they want? And then based on that referendum, that will give guidance to a council. Now, having said that, just because that's there, we've seen it in the past, the city and in a town where the mayor and council that is then elected may or may not choose to follow that. But that would give, I think that would be a strong sign from the citizenry, from the electorate, to be specific, of what they were looking for. So that I'll open it up for the floor. I saw Councilor Carter's hand first. Councilor Carter.
It's more of a question. I'm not going to make a statement on it, but more of a question. Seeing that the state already changed it to November. Yep. Would we then, or somebody on this council, then need to make a motion during a council meeting to make a motion to change it to May? Would they, my second question, would that need to come in a COW, or could that come in a city council meeting? Because how could we vote for something that hasn't been, but it's already changed, correct? Okay. Right? Yep. That's the question. Yep. So somebody needs to, so I'm asking, does somebody need to make a motion to change it to May, and it doesn't need to be seconded by somebody else to have the vote? Because if we don't have the vote, it's already in November, regardless, correct?
Understand.
All right.
Yep. All right, so let me answer that question this way. Currently, under the law, it is moved to November. So the council has to move it, correction, council has the vote. 5 out of 6 councilors have to vote in the affirmative to move it to May. So what I was going to do was, now I could ask for a motion here, or I could get a consensus, do you want to move this? And then we would write the motion, and basically the motion, what does it say? Let me use the words that are there in the, let me get to the 75%. All right, where's my copy? My copy's marked up. Shoot. Okay, never mind. We'll go do it the old-fashioned way. It says that November, the odd number of years, except by such municipal election shall be held on the first Monday of May of the odd numbered years if the legislative body of the municipality so determines by a three-fourths vote. So it would be worded to, does the council, or something to the effect of the council move it to May? And then you would be voting yes or no. And then if you vote yes, if 5 out of 6 of you vote yes, that's a 75%, then it moves to May. If 2 or more vote no, then it stays in November. Does that answer your?
No, and I don't understand that part, but I'm talking about to actually get it to vote, because according to right now, it doesn't have to be voted on. It's already in November. I'm talking about to make the motion to make the change, just like we do everything else, right?
Understand.
I'm just asking, because this is all new. Do we technically have to make this might be a question for you. Do we technically have to make a motion, somebody on the council that's opposed to the November election, does somebody need to make a motion to change it to November? Do you see what I'm saying? Or else also wouldn't be opposed.
I'm telling you, we can do it that way, or as the mayor, I can make the resolution.
You can make the resolution.
And bring the resolution to the council, and then have the council vote.
Okay, in
So
the city.
both of
in the
those
council
are
meeting.
legal.
In a council meeting.
In a council meeting.
Okay, gotcha.
So it would come to you, right now, where I stand, and make sure I'm not gonna do anything wrong there, is there would be a resolution on, the 7th of November for the council to vote on to move it to the May election,
Gotcha. Yeah.
right? And then you would have to vote yes or no, or abstain. But I have to have, because right now it's already in November, right?
Yep.
So the resolution's got to be worded to move it to May, right? That'd be the
And it
therefore.
would be yes. And then
It's
if
got to be
5 out of
yes.
6 people.
And I have
yes,
to have
gotcha.
5 out of 6
Say yes.
to have a 75% vote. If there are 2 or more noes, then, 2 or more noes or abstains, right? Because an abstain doesn't count. Some people say abstain ends up being a no vote, depends on how you want to look at it. But I have to have, according to this,
You have to have that.
I have to have 75%, three-quarter vote, 75% vote. Does that
answers my
answer your question?
That's my question.
Okay, Counselor McCabe. Did I skip you? Okay.
Is it?
Counselor McCabe?
Oh, okay, so I feel very uncomfortable with all of this coming at us. Obviously, we have a lot of people that have a lot of passion about this on both sides. I was sort of tallying how many people voted yes versus no that were in the room. And while they were very close, it was more on the keep it in May tallies by like 2 ticks, I think. However, since this is an irrevocable decision, if we don't vote or we don't say keep it in May, that only means keep it in May for now, because you can always go to November, but we can never go back. I feel comfortable
Go ahead.
getting the referendum. That, to me, that's the best because once the people vote, we get a better collection, more than just the passionate people in the room, because we're always gonna have the passionate people in the room. I wanna know what everybody else thinks too. So I feel really uncomfortable saying November right now. That doesn't mean, if the people say November, I'd be all up in the November. I just don't feel like we have enough voices on this one, because it's a big deal. This is a big deal.
This is a very big deal.
So that's all I want to say.
Okay. Counselor Norris?
Man, can you actually help us with clarification on something? Because, receiving an email that was forwarded to us from Theodore Bromley, it kind of alluded to, so this is where I need clarification, that we can always go back to May
Well,
once it goes to November.
yeah. He says that based on another part of the language, and our attorney says he agrees with that. So number 3, it says, my question on number 3, does this section mean that once a decision is made to switch from May to November, there is no ability to change back to May? Bromley's comment is, our office has reviewed the Public Act, and there does seem to be at least some language in the act that contemplates the town moving from a May election to a November election and then back to a May election, especially in the sections that speaks about terms of office. And our council attorney agreed with that. So,
Okay.
That's a little better if the charter doesn't say that. We
well,
have to
our,
update the charter, right?
well, you don't have, so let's talk about that. If you read the charter, and I just happen to have it here, is like when I have it. The charter states, unless otherwise specified in this charter, qualifications for nominations, election of municipal officers and appointments to boards and commissions shall be governed by the Connecticut General Statutes. So the Connecticut General Statutes is the overarching document, and the charter can be more restrictive than the Connecticut General Statutes, but cannot be more lenient. I talked to the attorney and said, does this mean that I have to change my charter right away? And the answer was no. If the council decides to go to November, charter still stays as is, but the Connecticut General Statutes overrides that until such time that the charter is changed for another reason, and then that revision would be incorporated if that's where the Charter Revision Committee takes it.
Okay.
Does that answer
Yeah.
your question?
No, that's
Okay. Deputy Mayor Depot, my apologies.
That's okay. So I have a couple of questions, some that came out of the comments from the public hearing. One was, I was going to say, because I know we also got an email, the email from one of the residents about the charter, and I think we had previously discussed that the charter is subject to state law, so, but I had sent a clarification question about this.
Yes, and I thought I sent the response.
Well,
Did
Mr.
that-
Bromley did respond.
Okay.
But it didn't clarify for me so that the Public Act has a provision to move, to allow it to move to November, if we do that, and then to move it back to May. And then we had asked the question here, which you did get answered, if that included moving it again. And he seemed to say yes, that we could move it back and forth, but there's no provision for the number of votes that would take. So I don't understand how there can be a provision for that when, to keep it in May right now, we have to have 75%. And to move it back to November after that is a simple majority.
Right.
But then what if we want to move it back to May? What's that number? But it doesn't say that in the,
I think it goes back to
the 3/4?
75%.
Okay.
So you gotta go to 75%. It's just a.
Except now we're flip-flopping people.
Well, so this is,
You
this is
are,
my
and
thing.
that would be really, so let me tell you something, you wanna confuse the electorate? move it to November, then move it back to May, then move it back to November. I mean, people aren't, you won't be in council and have to worry about that, right?
So a couple, of other things that I wanted to comment. Do we know, I tried to look it up real quick, but, the percentage of, signatures we need to get something on the ballot as a referendum? What's the percentage of that?
I believe it's 5% of the previous election minimum, just to, I could be wrong, but.
Of the voters in the
Yeah,
previous?
that's just off the top of my head.
But we as the municipality can put a question on the ballot.
Okay, so my.
And that would come from us. That would come from the mayor and council would decide, we'd have to word that. And that's the thing, when you're putting a question on the ballot, you have to be very careful with the way that it is worded so that you do not confuse the voters. The town council, 2 or 3 elections ago had a question that was on there, and people were just really confused as what the question was asking. And they didn't know how to vote, and they didn't know what their vote meant. They didn't know if they were voting against something or if they were for something or when we decide we're going to do this, we're going to be very careful. We're going to vet it to other clerks. I'm going to vet it to the attorney. I'm going to make sure that we get the wording right so that we don't confuse our voters. That's very important to me, and I'm sure to all of you as well. So go ahead, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So I was also tallying the fors and against in the room. I have 14 for, 11 against, and which again, it's a pretty small difference of the people who showed up. I think getting 25 people to come, it's nice that we had so many people show up to voice their opinions. I know that it was out on social media. I tried to tell as many people as I knew. I spoke to a couple residents actually today who were in favor of keeping it in May. My concern is, although there is a provision for changing it, well, 2 things. So one of my concerns is some of the residents who are for keeping it the way the state has mandated and putting it in November originally came to us and asked to put it on the ballot and said that they wanted people to be able to vote on it. And at least a few of those people have now said, oh, never mind, we don't want to do that. And I wish that they were here and I could ask them why that is, because that doesn't make sense to me. So I wish that they had addressed that, like why that they changed their opinion on that, because I think that's important to know, how people are making these decisions. I think it would be, I always am trying to think of also the employees and everything that happens in the city logistically and operationally. And if we're interested in people's opinions, to me, it doesn't make sense to bank on the fact that we can move it back later again. If we could, it's given us permission in the Public Act to keep it in May and put it on the ballot, rather than let it move to November, maybe put it on the ballot, and then if the ballot comes back that an overwhelming number of voters want it to be in May, do we then move it back? I think it makes that a harder decision for us because we've already changed the logistics and let it move to November. I think if there's a provision to give us more time to let us put it on the ballot, because I think this makes it clear that there are people on both sides with lots of different reasons on why they want it November, why they want it in May. And I think, as Councilor McCabe had said, it's kind of been pushed on us with a limited time frame because of we have the election coming up this coming year. So cramming this all in and being like, all right, we have to make a decision now, I think, in my opinion, I would like to err on the side of caution, and not run the risk of, because if we let it change to November, the number of residents that have signed a petition, I think, would indicate that they could get that issue on a ballot in the future. So then if we let it change to November and then those residents submit that petition to put it on the ballot, and that question comes back that the residents want it in May, what do we do then? We move it again? When, to me, it would make more sense to let that be put on the ballot without moving it first, so that we don't have to move it back and forth. Because if we keep it in May and put it on the next ballot or the November ballot, which one, or both, there definitely wouldn't be any flip-flopping. It would be one move. You know, if that comes back as November, we move it once to November the next term. The only consequence of keeping it in May another term is that it doesn't move for 2 years. Instead of this year, it moves 2 years later. And to me, that's a better consequence than having to readjust everything to move it back to May after it's already been moved to November. If that makes sense. Does that, what I'm saying make sense? Okay. I just think it's a huge burden to change the election, and I would like to only do it once. And to me, the only way I see it definitely guaranteeing that we only make this change one time is if we allow time to put it on the ballot. And the only way to do that is to vote to keep it in May one more time. And as Councilor McCabe said, I'm willing to, like, if we put this on the ballot and the residents come back and want to move it to November, I am all for, going with what the residents want. I think we had a good sampling of people, and, we had 25 residents who took their time on a Monday night to come out, and I think that is indicative that we need more opinions, I think. So, I think that's all I have for now.
Councilor Sheffield?
What we all fail to recognize is nobody has been deprived the right to vote for either of these dates. Whether it's November or May, no one has been deprived the right to vote. The passion that has been here this evening has been outstanding on both sides. But what is truly matters here is our right to vote. And regardless of the date, right now it's November, the same people in this room will have the access to vote, regardless. And I think that's what's forgotten here. Everybody's worrying about a timetable of when to vote. The main issue is the right to vote. And that's can't be more clear with what's happening today in our society, is certain states being deprived that right, even in November. And now here we are disputing a date of when to vote. But yet we should be blessed and thankful that we have that right, regardless of the date. Now, right now it's November. People can come out in November. It's only, instead of having it twice, it'll be once. But that right has not been deprived. And people will have that access. And people will be able to vote for their candidate of their choice, regardless of how many times they have to vote. If there's two people on different ballots, they still have that opportunity to decide. That's their choice. So I keep that in mind, to where the main issue, especially for young people coming up, because people who have been here 40, 50 years, yes, that's been their way of life. And I get that, okay, the history. And this is a rich history here. But people coming in, moving in, looking to, make a nest here in the city of Groton, they may think differently. They have other needs. They have other things that, that are going on in their lives. They're not retired. They have to work. They have to adjust to certain things. So I think to make it accessible for everybody for that one election day is to me, special because they know that's that day they can vote. Not that May is worse or anything like that, but it's that right and have that accessibility to vote. And I think that's what is lost here. And I hope we can all, again, come together, whatever the decision may be, and be a complete community as a city as well as a town. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Carter?
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, you have
So,
the floor.
I got a question and then a statement. So let me get this correct. So we have a November election. The election happens November of 23.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
The election's either going to be May of 23 or November of 23.
Oh, May of 23 or November?
Right. Our next election, if you did nothing, well, now because of the legislation, it's in November. But before the legislation, we have an election coming up in May of.
May.
next
Yeah,
year.
okay, yeah. I'm thinking way down. I'm like, oh, dang, keep me on this council that long? You know?
23 is just.
So this coming May or the next, yeah. So I don't get how not having it in November. So you're saying that we're having it, if we have it in November, we can still get it to referendum in November. We can still get a question on that ballot in November, correct? Next November, November of 23, correct?
Okay, yep.
So that would be the a longer time to actually discuss this and get the information out there and get people to vote, knowing that a vote about a November or a May election is going to happen. So wherever side you're on, either May or November, that gives them a longer time to decide, on election day to come vote for either a May or a November election. I think what that also does is if we have that referendum in a May election, that kind of defeats the purpose because of what some people may argue, as we heard today, is that some people can't get to the polls in May. So if we have it in November, that's, you would think, according to the arguments that we've heard this morning, that it may or may not allow either disfranchised, handicapped, or whatever to get there on actual election day. So I would think we would get a better turnout in November, and a more of a, it appears to me that we would get more of a turnout in November, I think that would defeat the purpose of it in May. Also, I think that, to add on to that, I think that the people that, from what I heard and from what I know being a resident in the city and from what I know of both the Democratic Committee and the Republicans, the people that spoke today, what I do know is they're going to vote anyway, whether it's November or May. We did hear from some people saying that May, having a November election would be easier for them, right? And the word easier, right? To me, as a councilman, that's all I had to hear. Because I know if it's going to be easier for somebody, knowing that most of the people that I heard from in here are going to vote anyway, I think I have to err on the side of, okay, better accessibility for either the disfranchised or the disabled. That's just all I got to say.
Okay. Councilor McCabe.
Just wanted to throw out there that they did bring us the numbers of the voting, and the numbers were higher, percentiles were higher in May than they were in November, which tells me that we probably, the accessibility, and don't we have people that rides that?
We do.
We have rides to pick up people.
Both parties do
We
rides.
should get that out there more so that more people can utilize it. But for November or May, nobody should be, feel like they can't get to be able to vote. We should make sure we're advertising that across the board.
Thank you. Councilor Sheffield.
And that's
Oh,
a-
wait, stop. Deputy Mayor Depot, you had your hand up. She had her hand up first.
Thank you. Two comments I wanted to make. One, as Councilor Carter said, if we put it on the ballot, if we want to put it on the ballot in November because we think we'll get more responses, we still can do that. If we let the election move and then do that, we're still have potential to move the election back and forth depending on the response of the question on the ballot. If we keep the election in May, we can still put it on the November ballot because the election would be potentially May 2023, and then we don't have another May election until May 2025. So that gives us time to put it on the November ballot. In fact, we could put it on the presidential November ballot if we wanted, which that, as the registrar said, the highest votes, the highest number of voters comes out for the presidential election, which is November 2024, right? Yeah, November 2024. So, so that can still be done. It can still go on a November ballot, or we could put it on both. Like there's more than one possibility to put it on the ballot. My argument is, again, if we let it move to November and then put it on November's ballot, if there's an overwhelming response of people who want it to be in May, then we have to move it back to May when we could have just waited a year instead and not shifted and changed all the employees and all the ballots and all those things are going to change. And then if we get a referendum from the residents that they want it moved back to May, we have to change all that stuff again. When we have the potential to just keep it in May for one more term and get those votes, get that response, because, you know, we did have 14 people for and 11 against, but, and you're right, most of the people here are all political people who are already involved. But one of the groups has a petition, and I'd be interested to, I don't remember if someone said the number, I thought it was over 300.
370.
Okay, so to me, that number means we need more information, because there's not 370 people who are politically involved in the city. So those, to me, those are not necessarily the politically involved residents. So I think if that side got that many responses, I think, you know, potentially the other side could also get some responses and do some surveying if they wanted to as well. And again, the only way you're gonna know that information is to put it on the ballot. And if we don't keep it in May, putting it on the ballot puts us at risk of having to flip-flop it multiple times. And I just don't think that that is a good use of our resources, a good use of our staff. And it's, you know, if the people want to move it back to May, then what do we say? Like, no, too bad, we already moved it to November? I also don't think that's a great decision. And again, I think if we move this once, we're probably not going to move it back. So then what do we do if the election, if the vote does show that most of our residents want it in May? Then we just say, too bad, so sad? I don't know that, to me, that's not a good decision to make. If we can get information that will inform our vote better, I think we should. I think by letting it move to November now, we're saying that we don't actually care what everyone else thinks. We already made up our mind and what we think goes. And I think we should ask more people. And the only way to do that is to put it on the ballot. So I just don't think that we have enough information. As Councilor McCabe said, it came at us so quickly that we couldn't put it on. I would have loved to be able to put it on the November ballot if we could, if we had the time. That would have worked out great, I think. But we don't have that option. And I think the option of discounting a petition of 370 people, I think that that is not what we were elected to do, to say, I'm sorry, you got 370 people, but we don't really care about their opinion. I don't necessarily think that we need to say, oh, those people are definitely right because they have numbers, but I do think it indicates that we need more information.
Clerk Jacome?
Yeah, I just want to mention, I did receive the petition just as the meeting started, so I'll be looking at that first thing tomorrow. Second, specifically the charter has specific parameters if you're petitioning for a referendum. Just basing off when I looked at it like a week or two ago, a resident came in and asked about possibly doing a referendum, specific parameters you need. They need to be, certain registered voters, a percent of the previous election. I did inquire for the registrar of voters for that number. I still haven't received it. But to petition for a referendum, it needs to be based on, my understanding for the charter, it needs to be based on an ordinance. And that would not be an ordinance. So I was a little confused in how we would petition a question. Having a question on the ballot is different, but if we're going to put something up for a referendum, we kind of would not be able to do that because it's not an ordinance. It's a public act. It's state law already. So you technically, my understanding is that you could not do that. But putting a question on the ballot, that's something different, at least from my understanding. I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Depot.
So to put a question on the ballot, are there no like rules, or is there no threshold or requirements, or how does that work? Because I know it's different than a referendum.
So just based on from what I read a few days ago, I don't remember clearly if there was anything based on a question on the ballot. It was mostly for referendums. Two different things. So a question could be probably from the council, but I did not see anything that I can recollect currently that any parameters for a question for a referendum or from the public, if they could even do that, petition signatures for that.
Can we get that clarification of what's the process of getting a question on the?
What's your question? What clarification do you want?
What's the procedure for getting a question, if that wouldn't be a referendum? What's the procedure for getting a question on the ballot from our end
Let's see if we can
or
get
from
that
a
so we
resident's
can-
end?
Those are two different things.
Right, I have two questions.
So what was it? Procedure to get
So
a question on the
is
ballot?
is there a procedure for getting a question on the ballot, either from the government itself, from us or the mayor's office, or for a resident to petition to get a question on the ballot that's not a referendum? Because there must be rules about it somewhere.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this?
Can I just make one more statement, just like 5 to 10 seconds?
Councilor Carter?
Even more so what I just heard, I mean, I feel like, I feel like even based off even what the, deputy mayor is stating, I still feel that having, whether it be a question, question, referendum, whatever you want to call it, I know there's difference. I think even having that question in November, it leaves out the, the subjective, answers behind that. I think if somebody if somebody's answering that question in November, where they actually experienced, getting there in November and actually saw that, the lines and there's no confusion and all, et cetera, right? As opposed to just assuming that we're gonna have confusion, as, just kind of, thinking that there's gonna be some type of logistics error. I think experiencing that would give us more of an actual basis on, actually asking that question in a November election as opposed to a May election, Just want to throw that out there.
All right, I'll take them, never mind. Councilor McCabe.
Sorry to do this. I feel like if we're gonna go ahead and move it to November, or keep it to November, however you wanna word it, then what's the point of asking the question?
Just do it.
Okay.
We can say that now, though. It's already in November, so why are we doing all this?
Because people seem to want it.
Make a comment?
Let's just do it now then, so we don't move forward on it.
Hold on. David Mayor Depot.
The reason that we are doing this and having this discussion is because the state clearly knows that we should have the option to keep it in May if we would like it in May. And we have 370 plus residents who have said we would like it in May. And we've got 11 or so residents who say they would like to move it to November. So the reason that we are charged with this discussion is because it's a big decision that we as the council, as the elected people, need to make, there is a provision for us to make this decision. I think it, again, as I said before, it behooves us as elected representatives to care about what the people think. And I think letting it move to November is saying that we don't care what the people think. We think we know best, and we think it should be in November. And I just don't think that that's right. I think that the number of residents that have questions about it, uncertainties about it, I think those things need time to be answered. And I think that they deserve us to be more thoughtful about this than saying, oh, you know what, we got a direction from the state and it's just easier to let it move to November. I don't think that that is very thoughtful of us as elected officials. I think that we need to, and like I said, if we put this on the ballot, if we put a question on the ballot and it comes back that everyone wants to move it to November, I'm all for that. My issue is that we're not letting people be heard because we don't have time, essentially. If we had more time, if we got notified, say in, June or May about this, I think we would have we would have time to solicit way more opinions. We would have more people having time to come to meetings because, as we all know, and we've seen, not very many people come to meetings. Some people can only make it every other month or, every once in a while. Talk about people having access to vote. People don't have access to come to our meetings and show up and comment. So the shortened amount of time that we've been able to get responses, in my opinion, is not enough to make this big of a decision and change the way the city votes. It's been, I think the historian said, 120 years almost, we've been voting on the Monday in May. And again, if the residents want us to move it, I'm all for that. But I think that we should be considerate and try to make sure that we know what as many residents as possible think about this issue. And I don't think the 2 months, not even, it's been like 90 days since we found out about this. I don't think that's enough time. You're taking 90 days to make a decision that's 120 years old. And I just don't think that's fair to our residents to say, you know what, this thing that we just found out about sounds like a good idea to me. Who cares what everyone thinks? There's no reason why we can't solicit the opinions of the residents. There is a provision for us to do it. And yes, it would be easier to just let it move to move to November for some of us. Some people might think it's easier, but our job isn't to do what's easy for us. Our job is to do what's best for the residents. And if we have 370 of our residents saying that they want to keep it in May, why shouldn't we give them more time to consider and give more time to get not just those 370, another 500. I think we had over 1,000 people vote in the last election. So there's no reason we can't get their opinion on this. There's not any reason why we can't do it.
No, you don't have the floor. Councilor Norris had his hand up, and then I'll come to you. And okay, never mind. Councilor Norris?
You're correct. In terms of information, the question is how much information do we need? If we had a petition from 375 people saying move it to November, I'm sure we'd be still having this conversation. So there's that. My grandfather always said, ask yourself 2 questions. First one is, what if? And the other one is, how do you get to yes? So I went to the doctor today, and I happened to be talking to the woman that was taking my blood pressure, and she happened to be a Groton City resident working all the way in Westerly. And we were talking about this, and she said, it would be nice if I only had to take 1 half a day off instead of 2. So she didn't come here tonight. She didn't sign a petition. She probably won't vote in any May election, but she may vote in November. I am not saying I'm for May. I'm not saying I'm for November. What I am saying is maybe there is something to be said that the vote on do we move it in May, leave it in November, happen in November, not in May. Let's look at it in November. And then as a group, we discuss, okay, do we still have our election in May of 23, or do we move everything to 24? But before that, I gotta get some clarification. So in May, well, let me back up a second. I didn't know Groton City voted in May. And I've lived in Groton for a long time, and then I still didn't know until I ran for council, and the mayor said, oh yeah, election's in May, and I was like, May? You know, so that was one thing. But I also gotta ask, so in May, we vote on city council and city business, and we have the option to put city business in a November election? Is that what I heard?
In May, we vote on mayor and council. That's what we vote on. We have not had a question come to the ballot in my knowledge, in a long time.
Okay.
So, from an anecdotal and practical aspect, it hasn't happened. So, this time, what we were gonna try to do was get it on the town ballot, but it was gonna be on the city part of the town ballot. Now, it would be on the town ballot, but it'd only be for District 2 and District 3. In this case, and I'm guessing, because we haven't done this, so I don't know, if the council votes such that the election remains in November, we'd have to get the question on the city's ballot. Because none of us want town people voting on the city outcome, right? So we'd have to do that. When I've thought about this, I'm like, if the council decides to vote to stay in May for 23, put the question on the ballot, and then the voters decide, and then we either go to May of 25 or November of 25, and then that's when the next election would be.
Right.
Now, the alternative would be if the council votes to keep it in November, then you could still put the question on the November ballot of the city side, of District 2, District 3. And then the electorate would vote, and then the decision would either be go to May of 25 or November 25.
Got it. If I may, just last two comments. One, I think we all know we did have a high turnout for votes in May. We also know why, and a resident alluded to that. It was about competition. So that's why we had a high turnout. The second thing is, Groton City is made up of people that make the best submarines in the universe. We have people that work at Pfizer. We have scientists all over the place. We've got great engineers right here in the city. So I find it hard to believe that we question our level of intelligence when we say that we can't handle because it's going to be too confusing. We put submarines together. We know to put what switches where. We know how to read manuals, and we know how to follow instructions. And we also are very innovative, passionate. We believe in partnership and collaboration, and we also believe in love for the neighbor. So again, I'm not leaning one way or the other. I'm just asking myself, my grandfather questions. What if, and how do we get to yes? Thank you.
Councilor Carter, you had the floor. You have the floor.
I just want to kind of make it clear. So it was just alluded earlier that we need to get more information. So I wasn't going to say this because I try to stay quiet, but I just don't. I just wanted to make it be known that I don't speak for you, Councilor Norris. I don't speak for you. I don't speak for JC. I don't speak for the chief, right? I was elected, right, to speak for the people that don't really have a voice, right? the people that can't get here 3 days a week, that can't even tune in, that don't even know what's going on, right? And they got one shot, right? Many people, and one of the reasons why I was asked to take office, right, was to speak for the people that can't speak for themselves, right? And I was asked, right, to help Democrats come, all people, but Democrats come to the polling booths, right, to beat the Republicans. And it helped. It helped. Myself and Jamal, they wanted two minorities to come and get people out, to get some trust back, right? So what I've done the last 2 weeks, right, I've held my own personal tolls, right? I've gone down to the Groton Mystic football field and spoke to the people in Branford, the people that rent, right? The people that don't own houses, as it was alluded to earlier. And I've asked people, several people, texted many people, all city residents, and I only got one person that said that a May election was in their best interest. And they explained why, and I said, okay, I understand that. I explained why after I asked the question why I was in favor for it, to keep it, not to change it, to keep it a November election. So I'm not going off of personal. I'm going off of the people that I speak for, not the people that I believe, right, 300 plus or whatever, that I believe would vote anyway. Right, I speak for the people that got that one shot in the May, and just because it's a little easier, right? I'm for that November election. Also, based off of experience, every time I've gone out to sequester the votes, right, to get people to the polls, one, they wonder why we have a May election. That every time they wonder why they have a May election, we have a May election, and every November I get calls. Every November, whether we're voting or not, I get calls in November. Say, hey, Rashad, where can I vote? Where can I vote? Oh, no, ours is in May. Ours is in May. You know, that's what I get. And I've also witnessed my counterparts that have gone out and hit the pavement, right? One of the first things we say when we come, and one of the first things we say when we leave is, don't forget, it's a May 1 election or May 2 election. Don't forget, it's a May election. Why are we saying don't forget it's a May election if everybody knows it's in May? But all of a sudden it's about confusion, and I really don't get it. And I'm going to yield to that, and that's just for me to let everybody know that it's not based off my emotion. It's based off of what I've heard and what I know to be true, based off my experience.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Depot.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilor Norris. Confusion shouldn't be the main reason. For one, both sides cited that as an issue for both things. So I think it's really personal opinion whether or not. The thing is, it will be confusing for some and not for others. So the only way to know who would be more confusing for is to have people have a say. Because you're right, it might be confusing for some people, shouldn't be confusing for a lot of people, but again, that was an argument on both sides. So in my opinion, that kind of is like moot, because for different reasons, they both are confusing. I disagree with Councilor Carter that we don't represent the people who come all the time. We do represent them. We are elected and we are Democrats, but we're not elected to represent Democrats. We're elected to represent everyone, including employees of the city, people who used to be elected officials, people who walk out and talk to their neighbors and get petitions signed. Just because they are more active doesn't mean they get less representation. They should also be represented. We represent the people who don't have a voice, the people who do have a voice. We're supposed to represent everyone. So just because some people maybe didn't come to speak out doesn't mean they're not counted as well, but they shouldn't be counted more than people who speak out just because they're louder. Everyone should be represented by their elected officials, regardless of party or activity level, or, I mean, we represent people who aren't old enough to vote. We represent the children in our district. They don't have a vote at all. So that argument that, you know, the sections of people we don't represent sections of people. We represent the entire city, including people who don't even have a vote yet. And this decision affects people who can't even vote yet. So I think that we are being a little flippant if we're saying that we already know what to say. Again, 90 days is not a long time to even for the six of us to mull this decision over. I don't even think that's enough time to make this big of a decision. I mean, we're making a decision for, is it 9,000 something people now? We're making a decision for between 9 and 10,000 people, and saying that 90 days is enough time to go, you know what, I'm good, move it to November. I think that that is almost a dereliction of our duty to say that we don't need to hear more opinions. I mean, I understand wanting to make a decision and having ideas. I have ideas about why November is easier, why May is easier. I write all of these notes in my book. I wrote notes for every single person that spoke today of what their reasons were for, what their reasons were against, so that I can make a good decision for the residents. I don't think it's fair to say, you know what, I think I already know, and these people's opinions don't matter. And that's essentially what we're doing if we say after 90 days we're ready to vote already. We're ready to decide to move it to November. I wish that the legislature, as soon as it was brought up in Hartford, if we had gotten the message, hey, this is on the voting block for the state legislature, if we had had that much time, and we could have, the six of us could have gone and given testimony in Hartford on this issue. We weren't afforded that opportunity, neither were any of our residents. So the only way to afford our residents and us as a council to make a good decision is to give us more time. 90 days is not enough time to change a thing that's been in place and is in our charter for 120 years. I think it's, again, we're supposed to represent everyone, not just the people that we think haven't been heard, or, we can't discount people just because they're more active and more passionate and have more time to spend to volunteer. We are all more active and passionate and have time to volunteer and have sacrificed our time to volunteer and do this. And if we're not going to do it thoughtfully, then what are we here for?
Okay, I'm good. I guess I'm not. Councilor Piazza.
I'm just really tossed back and forth with this. But, so hearing those who came out, but unfortunately not hearing those who maybe don't know that the form was out. I did put on Nextdoor app for people to come out, to put it out there. I mean, can't do a survey for it. We can do a vote. Taking statistics in college, one thing I did learn is that statistics can be motivated either way. And so when I'm hearing that some people aren't represented, that's one way. I could go out and maybe have an idea of people I want to have voted in November. I can also recruit those who want it in May. So, we have a petition for 300 and something people. Wonder if that was for November. Wonder if that's for May. I mean, I think it is important that we are representing our citizens in Groton. I think it is very important that we know what they want to do, but are we really, even if we have them vote on the ballot, is it truly representative of everybody in Groton City? I can't say it is, and I can't say it's not. So I think we have to, and I also don't think those who, if any of the councilors do vote for November, I don't think they're doing it off a whim. I'm trusting that my fellow councilors are integrally voting. I don't think anybody's just going to whim off of it. I think, they're involved in discussion. I think, so me personally, I think I would have to, I can't just go on a whim of what I think people vote, or just because 300 and something, 500 and something, 1,000 something voted, what about those who didn't get there, who didn't have transportation? I have to put that as a piece that maybe they weren't represented somehow, whatever it is, and that they're not discounted. And those that do vote, it is important, but we can't discount the people who didn't vote. And do we go out there and find out why they didn't vote? Or, that we can get into dreads and dreads and dreads of things. So I think I just make a statement that, yes, I think it's important that we know what our citizens want. Do we always know what all our citizens want? I don't believe so in this discussion, we don't. So I would like to say that, I mean, personally, I think where I sit right now is just, it's going to have to be an integrable, from the heart understanding just with facts what I have, that's, that's.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I just have one other comment, because,
Counselor Norris,
sorry.
you have the floor.
I think I heard this, but I'm not quite sure, is if the I think what I heard someone say was, if the elections go to November, we may never get it back to May. And if I heard that wrong, I apologize. But if I heard that right, or I'm gonna say, then that says something. That's kind of saying that we can adapt if it goes to May. It doesn't, if we stay in November and we never go back to May, maybe it wasn't that harsh a move and we can adapt. But I don't know if that's what I heard, but I could be wrong.
I said that, so.
Deputy Mayor Depot.
I'm sorry, but I think I'm the one that implied that. And the reason I said that is not because I think that because we can adapt. I think we've all been at jobs where a policy or procedure changes for the worse, and you don't change it back because you just changed it. And that's my fear, is that if we let it move to November, and then we get, say, 80% of the voters want it in May, are we really going to change the whole calendar, change the election workers again, change the registrar of voters job again? The effort to do that is going to be harder the second time, which is why I think we are provided an avenue to give us more than 90 days. Again, we can, if we keep it in May, so it's only, we have to, 75% of us have to vote to keep it in May. It's only a majority vote to move it to November after that. So it is a simple vote to change it to November. If we keep it in May and then the ballots come back overwhelming that people want it in November, it is a simple majority vote. My fear is that we move it to November and that question goes on the ballot and we get, a huge response and heavy in favor of moving it to May, then we just made a huge mistake. And we can avoid making a mistake by just keeping it in May for one more term. There's no consequence to doing that. We didn't think this election was moving until 90 days ago. So 90 days ago, we had no idea we had the election in May. So I don't see why we would run the risk of making an error when we can avoid any error at all by keeping it one more term. That's all we're committing to, is keeping it one more term to give us time to consider, time to get more opinions, time for us to mull it over. I mean, I don't know how many decisions big decisions like this, you guys make in 90 days, but I usually make, with this huge of a thing, you often take months and months to make a decision like that. So I personally am irritated that the state didn't afford us more time to think about it. Because even if it was just us making this decision, 90 days is pretty quick. I mean, the number of decisions we make on this council that take months and months and months, and then this, to change our whole election system, we're gonna say that 90 days is good enough. I don't think that's good enough. I think that we should give ourselves more time, and the only way to do that is to keep the election in May for one term. And again, I am all for moving it to November if that's what the residents want, but 90 days is not enough time to get that information and to make a thoughtful decision.
Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to move the May, November election to the mayor and council meeting of 7 November.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions?
What are we voting to move what?
I'm moving, we're moving this topic
Okay.
to 11 November
To vote on.
to vote on.
To vote whether we want it in May or November.
That's correct.
To May.
That's what we're moving.
You would just vote on to move it to May. It's already in November.
Right. But what I'm trying to get is to move this discussion so I can put a resolution together and you vote on it on 7 November. So we're gonna do this again, if you want, I'll do a roll call vote, but I really don't want to do that. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah, I see that. So you have three ayes, 2 opposed.
I said aye. She said aye.
Oh, you said aye? Okay, then it passes. It's 4-2 to 0. The opposed is Counselor Carter and Counselor Sheffield. Okay, so we're gonna move it. Thank you. All right, moving on. Next thing is the PPA increase. Aaron and Tina? Or Aaron and then Tina in the background in case you're called? Okay, Aaron? Well, I don't know. Is Tina gonna come up to speak? Okay, fine, then let's get the mic so that everybody has a mic. Who needs? All right, fine, never mind. Go ahead, Aaron. You have the floor. Thank you. There you go. So just a reminder, not to steal Aaron's thunder, but about 6 months ago, we had a purchase power adjustment that we passed, and we said we were going to review this in 6 months. So we're at that point, we're reviewing it, and Aaron's going to give us the brief. Aaron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. First of all, I know it's been a long night, so thank you for what you guys do, in all sincerity. That's awesome that you guys are here and doing all this work tonight. So thank you for allowing me to give a brief presentation on wholesale electricity markets and how that influences the purchase power adjustment that our customers feel. As you know, GE went through a rate case in the winter, I think, of 2021, and has a 3-year rate track that started in April of 2021. In April of 2022, so a year later, we did institute a higher PPA. So it went from 0 at that time, and we had a 17% increase at that time. At that time, we then promised a 6-month review to bring that back to, or just to give you guys an update on where we are. So we completed our review, and I'm here today to give you our findings. So I think all of the influences really haven't changed at all. ISO New England's market structures are all the same. It's going to be very dependent on natural gas, and natural gas pricing remains near or at all-time highs. Just to recap, last winter, ISO New England's real-time electricity prices were up 104%, and it didn't alleviate this summer either. It was up 153% in August, and up another 96%. I'm sorry, up 153% for July, and up another 96% for August. And in ISO New England's own words, I quote, "Inadequate infrastructure to transport natural gas into the region is a pressing energy security risk." The pressures on natural gas in our region and natural gas pricing aren't going away. So that the impact here locally, what that means for us here locally, is that our wholesale costs have also gone up. Last fiscal year, we were up 23%. This fiscal year, we project to be up another 23% before hopefully flatlining in fiscal of 2024. So if we left the PPA TCA where it is today and we did nothing further, unfortunately, our rate stabilization fund, as kind of we discussed last time, would actually fall below our minimum requirements. So we would like to maintain 3 months' worth of our power bills in that fund. That minimum balance is about $12 million now that we want to maintain in that fund. We set an upper boundary, a max value, around $24 million. So if we do nothing, that stabilization fund will fall to below 8 million, so well below our minimum thresholds. So what we plan to do is we will have another purchase power increase, unfortunately. We will get customers through the holiday season without anything further, but starting in January, we intend on a 1.6 cent per kilowatt hour increase. This impacts customers by $11.21 per month on average. So that's the average residential customer using 700 kilowatt hours per month, or a 9% increase. When we do this, what it allows us to do, we will still fall below the minimum balances this winter. There's no getting around that, so we will still fall below the minimum. But we'll be able to recover to our minimum boundary in August of 2023, and we'll be able to recover up to about $13.5 million in the fund by the end of the year in preparation for the following winter, which is largely unknown at this point. Even with this increase, Groton Utilities remains one of the lowest electricity providers in the state. We will be $29 less than Eversource, and that's at Eversource rates today. We expect Eversource to go up as well in January. We'll have more information around mid-November on that. That puts Eversource 21% higher than Groton Utilities customers. And again, that's at today's pricing. We know that this is going to be a rough winter for people. There's no doubt about that. I don't know if you guys have seen the various articles that are out there. Home heating oil is hovering around $5.46. It's extremely high. Electricity prices are going to be high. Natural gas price, if you have that for your home, is going to be high. It's going to be a tough winter. And so I think the general takeaway here really is to conserve. Now is your time to conserve. We revamped our Groton Utilities, our conservation programs. We revamped those in April of 2021. And we've had resounding success with it. Some of those programs are absolutely free to all customers, and there's no cost at all to it. Year to date in this year, we've helped 102 families improve their insulation and their efficiency in their homes, either through our home energy savings program, which is completely free, or our insulation programs, which pays a large portion of those projects. Additionally, we've helped another, I think, 90 families improve their heating and ventilation systems with those heat pump mini splits, and it gains efficiency and helps with your comfort as well. So those programs are still available, still out there, definitely something to take advantage of. Furthermore, we will always continue to work with our community partners, such as Groton Human Services, TVCCA, United Way. The state of Connecticut has some different programs for residents as well, and we'll do everything that we can to help our residents through the winter. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Open the floor for discussion. Deputy Mayor Depot.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for presenting this to us. I have a couple of questions. First, is this the first presentation that you've made, or has this already gone to the Utility Commission?
I presented to the commission on Wednesday, this past Wednesday.
And what was did they do a consensus or a vote, or what was their response or reception of this?
No, so there was no vote taken. I think we definitely had a consensus that that the path forward is the 1.6 cents. It balances our needs for fiscal stability with our customer needs, and it's not good news, that's for sure. And I am completely empathetic for our customer base. But for the long-term stability, I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we maintain those funds.
And then we increased it in January of last year?
April of this year, we did an increase.
So that leads to my next question is there a reason that we can't do it after the winter? The increase, and a whole year
Yeah.
after the last increase we did? Is there a reason that we can't wait that long? I understand that we need to stabilize the fund.
Yeah, it's a
but if we're-
$6.5 million draw just this winter.
So if we,
That's why.
so from January to April, if we didn't do it in January, what would our
So-
fund balance get to?
Yeah, so it would be, the low point would be about 7.5, 7.8. We would stabilize around 8 million if we did nothing.
So let me ask that a different way, I guess. What would the effect be if we changed the rate increase to April instead of January?
April of 23.
Correct. So if we were to move it to after winter,
Yep.
when everyone's spending the most money on their heat, what would be the effect of the fund in April instead of January?
You would be forced to make up $6.5 million through whatever given time frame that you're trying to do. So
Is that
if you're trying to
possible?
pick that up in April, I think not without something drastic.
What if we,
So you're cutting the time frame in half, you're gonna have to double, you double the increase.
but logistically, we're still not going to replenish the fund balance right away, right?
Correct.
So even with this increase, our fund balance, the stabilization fund balance won't recover until
Yep.
August of next year, you said?
You get back to the minimums in August, and then you get back up basically to where you started by December of 23. So if you delay that, especially during the highest timeframes, then you will create a much more drastic increase.
Or a longer recovery.
Or a longer recovery into next winter, which you'd also have a significant drawdown. So that's the concern. Certainly is still winter. So to your point, we got customers through the winter last year, and that was I think close to a $4 million hit that we absorbed, and so that, which is what the fund is there for, right? So, and we were able to do that. We're not going to be able to do a $6.5 million hit this winter.
So
It's just not going to be realistic. And then it will happen next winter as well.
I get that.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see this same workout of numbers
Sure.
if we did the increase, and I understand what you're saying, I understand it's gonna be horrible, and then the fund is gonna dip really low, I get that. But I would be interested to see the numbers if we did the increase February 1, March 1, April 1. I know that's more work for you. But I think, again, to my comment earlier, I think that we just increased it less than a year ago. I think that we need to make sure that we are turning every stone and that we understand what we're voting on, that there are no other options before we vote.
This isn't a vote. This is information.
Right, but
this
at
is
some
what
point,
we
we're gonna
feel
have to
is
vote
the-
on an
Is the
increase.
path forward.
We don't vote on an increase?
This is an adjustment. It's a variable mechanism based on pass-through power costs. So really what I'm trying to articulate is our rationale and our path forward to make sure that we maintain fiscal stability. But it has not been done.
Has not been done.
This is set for January of 23.
Okay, so I thought that we voted on the increase last year.
You do the public rate cases does go to the council, but that would have been April of 2021. That would have been back when we did the original rate case.
Let's go back in the resolutions to see if we did the PPA, TCA.
You know what, now-
We didn't take it to UC.
In April of 2022, council did not.
It's a business mechanism that's under the tariff.
Now that you say that, I do remember because you might have come and done a presentation about it,
I did.
actually.
Well,
Yeah,
we-
I did.
Well, we talked about this because there was a question about, do we not have to have a public hearing and blah, blah, blah? And the answer is we're not changing the rate. We're changing the purchase power part of it. And we went to, I remember opening up the thing that we agreed on, you know, that we voted on to begin with, and parsing this out and talking about the difference between voting on a rate versus
The
PPA.
purchase power adjustment is a variable mechanism that has already been approved within the rate.
Correct.
So, and it's strictly tied to pass-through power costs.
So I remember having the same thought before, that, I mean, that's a way to raise the rate without raising the rate to the resident. And I understand that that's not how you see it, but that's how residents see it. It's a rate increase. And I know it's not a rate increase technically, but I think it's frustrating to me that, and I'm sure I voiced this before, that we're essentially increasing the rate without having a technical rate increase, and I understand why. I get it. And I actually, you know, and I'm pretty sure I said this before too, I think the utility commission is an important part of these decisions, because those are people who have either worked for the utility or are well-researched, and they are well-informed. That's a well-informed group of people, in my experience that I've had with all of them in that group. So I, as not a utility worker, or, you know, having been behind the scenes in the utility, I depend a lot on their opinion, and I do give a lot of weight to the utility commission's opinion on these things, because they do know more than I do about this. But I do find it frustrating that we're essentially gonna have a rate increase in the middle of winter. And we don't have any control over that. I do agree, our rates are very low. And Groton Utilities is great, and everyone loves Groton Utilities, but I
think the problem with that is that the market variability, especially that we're seeing now, you would never be able to adjust fast enough.
right,
So
and I get it.
So you have to have a mechanism in place to be able to pay your power bill. So, you know, we have to have enough money to pay our power bill. And without that adjustment mechanism, you wouldn't be able to adjust for market influences, especially in rapidly changing markets.
I know that and I have expressed this before with all of our partners, and I know Tina Daniels went into real detail. She did a whole presentation on all of the resources that we have. I think considering this is going to be a rate increase of, I think you said 9%, I would like to see some outreach maybe on the utilities part, maybe like a video on the Facebook page explaining it, or some kind of outreach so people don't get hit with it in January, because like 13 people watch our meetings.
We've already started outreach.
Okay.
So, you know, we've seen higher than normal wholesale costs, you know, for the last year. And so we've actually already started outreach, to the point where actually our home energy savings vendor called us and said, what did you guys do? Our phones are off the hook.
Okay.
Which is a good thing, because people are taking advantage of the programs, but the outreach has already begun.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to stress that, and I understand the math of it. I understand why we need a adjustable rate thing, and I don't think we were always doing these presentations in past years, so I appreciate all your work on this also, and you're here on a Monday night, and you don't probably usually work on Monday nights, so I appreciate all the effort, and I'm not trying to be obstinate.
No, I appreciate the question. I do.
It's just, I'm sure it's frustrating to the residents who already feel like they're paying a lot in energy costs, but I just want to reiterate for anyone that is watching our meetings, I know my personal experience with the utility customer service has always been excellent. So I just want to encourage anyone, if they have questions about customer service or these energy programs, to please call the utility if you need assistance. I know a lot of people who have used the assistance programs, especially through TVCCA in particular, has been really helpful the last couple of years. So the resources are out there, and I just am always trying to figure out how to get that information where to meet people where they're at, where they'll actually see it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You're right. So Tina, walk us through that. Walk us through what we're doing with customer service and outreach and what we're doing with our partners in order, because we talked about this internally. We agree with you. Timing is everything. My concern on this was going to be a Christmas surprise, and, nobody wants that. People, I agree with you, we need to meet people where they are. And part of that is to energy conservation, but also to help them with paying for their bills, paying for energy, and that kind of stuff. So 1 November is when it starts at no cutoffs, and so that's a good thing for people. But Tina, please walk us through.
But one of the things, like Aaron had mentioned, is that they have already started conservation initiative and getting it out on Facebook and the website. And we are also going to do some inserts in the bills with the energy assistance or the home energy savings audit. We're going to do stuff with as far as like rebating for your heating units, if you're going to purchase new heating units, how to get rebates on that. Once I sat through the meeting with the PPA and the TCA increase, I reached out to TVCCA right away. Because obviously, if anybody has been reading the news articles or following, obviously that funding has been cut this year, significantly compared to the last few years. Obviously, because 2019, 2020, 2021, there was a tremendous amount of money out there due to COVID. You had the United CT that was given landlords and renters money. You had agencies that were assisting with water bills. TVCCA had additional funds, and they were sending additional money out for customers at $700 a shot for anybody that got any type of assistance, whether it was wood or oil or any time during the year. They all got like additional $700 towards their utility bills. So, and I think when I was here a few months ago, or probably about a year ago, I'd said that we had received an additional like $400,000 check, to go towards customers' accounts. That funding is kind of stopped because they were cut, and a lot of people sit back and say, not that COVID's over, but that they're going back to the normal process of energy assistance. So I'm actually working with TVCCA and trying to get an insert for our bills and get it out there to get our customers applying for the energy assistance. In general, Groton Utilities customers, we only sit about like 15% of the overall money that is out there for TVCCA, which is quite low for Groton Utilities. So we want to get out there and get more information out to our customers, do some additional campaign stuff. We have tons of emails email addresses, getting emails out to customers and giving them as much information as possible to help them through the season. I mean, we work with customers as much as we possibly can with payment arrangements and looking for any avenues of helps with local churches, 911, or not 911, I'm sorry, 211, United Way, but they all come from kind of the same fund. So if they kind of disperse them out. So it's going to be a tough winter, unfortunately. I get one of the plus sides on the Groton, on the Groton utility sides, which is really good, is we are kind of at probably one of the lowest AR balances we've had as far as outstanding all the way through COVID. And a lot of that did come from the funding from, the United CTs and stuff, and helping getting customers, paid up in current. So that's, I guess, if that's one thing that's pluses rolling into winter, is we have a very low AR balance right now, which means that a lot of our customers are paid up current, are only, only a month behind. So that's a plus. So with all the additional funding we've gotten in the past few years.
Deputy Mayor Depot.
This just popped in my head while you were talking. I know we used to do a program for energy efficient light bulbs. Do we still do that?
We do not anymore. They do it through the HES, right? Yeah, they do it through the HES system when they go out and they do the home energy audit. They do it at that time.
So if you get an energy audit and the energy audit says that if you had more efficient light bulbs,
they provide them.
They provide them.
It's actually it's an incredible program. I've actually had it done at my house, and it's it's amazing the stuff that they helped me with.
They don't charge for the bulbs?
No.
Last time I had, I got charged for every single one they put in.
So I think that you get 4 free LED bulbs, and then they may have an offering to purchase above that. But you do get 4 for free, and, I think we can have discussions with our vendor partner to see if we can maybe make that a little more robust in the future. But there's no copay, there's no copay anymore, so it's a completely free program. At one point, there was a copay, I think a $50 copay.
Yeah.
There's no copay anymore. You do get some LED light bulbs. They seal up your home to the best of their ability. So it's just a really good program, and again, it's for anybody, renters, homeowners, it's free. Definitely take advantage of it.
Councilor Norris?
I'm sorry, trying to process. So we need in our stabilization fund what? We need 10 million, we need 13.5 million, what do we need?
12 would be our minimum.
We need 12. So that 1.5 million, maybe 0.001%, I don't really know. But, to some people, 50 cents is a lot.
Absolutely.
So I agree with Deputy Mayor Depot here, trying to figure out, what is that we can do for 50 cents, that kind of stuff. But I am also I'm interested about this, because benchmarks to me mean nothing without a narrative, all right? So why is Wallingford 30 cents less than Groton Utilities?
So, to me, that speaks probably to 2 things. And now, keep in mind, I don't have Wallingford's books, so I don't know how good shape they are or are not in. They could be in great shape, they could be in horrible shape. I have no reference point for that.
Right. Okay.
However, in general, I would say it speaks to 2 things. One is they have high customer density and good industrial load. That makes their rates less expensive. The other thing tends to be your capital plan. How much money are you reinvesting in your system? If they're coming up shy on their capital plan, that makes it easier to stay low as well. So those are the 2 generic things that I would tend to look at, was their customer density and industrial load, both of which are good in Wallingford. That I know. And then their capital plan.
Councilor Piazza?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all this here. I would like to state for the record that when we did have the vote for the increase, I did not vote for it. Because how it was presented, I'm watching my own bills. I just went and got all my bills, and I went from usually about, say, an average of 150, 175. I'm already plugging up to over 300. And then to see, I did get the information in the mail to see that there was going to be increase. So when we talk about speaking for our citizens and what they want, so I'm understanding that this is going to, am I understanding that this will go forward in January? There's no vote on this, correct? Okay, so there's no vote. Because I was going to say, if we statistically went out and petitioned our customers, I believe they would say, no way, no way, no way. We'd
I
probably
believe
have
all customers would
many of them
always
that.
say no.
Right, so, and
I do believe that.
Yeah, so, yes, and, so, maybe, I'm just trying to understand this, so in order to have the stabilization fund, you're basically saying this fund is in order to pay your bills? Correct, that's what I heard you say?
Correct. So we do use it to buffer impacts, and I want to be clear that we have leveraged it for that.
Right.
We continue to use it to reinvest in our capital improvement plan, and that's $2.5 million that we are able to leverage there. We buffered multi-million dollars last winter. We're buffering at least $500,000 this winter, maybe more. So it does get used, but yeah, it is important, both from a creditor standpoint to stay above those minimums.
Right, and that's why I love Groton Utilities when I talk to other people and how disappointed they are with their other utilities. I'm thankful to have it, but I am also a customer, and I look at, we're standing for our citizens of Groton City, and I do look at as, so you all have your stabilization, you all have your buffer and so forth and so on, but do our citizens have that? Some people are just fighting they can't invest because they don't have it. And, so when you place it onto the citizens, this is where I stand basically. And that's just my personal opinion on that, is just, I understand, so people have a choice to go to Target or not. Everything's up, increase, but they have a choice to shop. They have a choice to do this and this. Here, I feel like they don't have a choice. And I'm kind of saddened by that they don't have a choice, in a way, to say yay or nay to that,
Yeah,
so they have to cut here and there. And the other thing I want to make a note of is I'm thankful for all the programs that are out there. I have to say at one point in time that I used it myself, but there is, I have two things. So when we're talking about the home energy thing, how far are you booking out? If I was to call tomorrow and say I want to how far are we booking out, do you know?
I don't know how far they're.
So then I'm thinking like the increase is going to go in January, and then I don't get it till like January, February, so I'm already paying, we're hearing about this. I don't remember where I got the piece of paper, might have been out there, but I actually took a snapshot and put on Nextdoor app of all the things that are available. A lot of people didn't know about the veterans thing, so I did snapshot that onto Nextdoor app. And so, there's been people that have replied and said they had no idea. The other thing is, a lot of the people I work with, I would say, this is probably just a ballpark, half of them are usually struggling. So I'll tell a quick story that somebody was looking for assistance, and she was short $9. Couldn't get any assistance. And to me, that's very, very sad. So we as a group offered to take care of her child because she couldn't get any assistance in any way, shape, or form because she made $9 extra a month. So we took care of her child so she could go work more so she could afford her bills. And that's just what I want to close with.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we'll move on to Groton Utilities. We have 4 action items there. Ron? First one is 3-phase for the transmission project.
You have them in a different order.
Yeah, that should
No,
be
the first one's WPCA.
2210,
Oh,
119.
yeah.
3-phase.
So the first one's WPCA, which is actually the technology upgrade. They have WPCA listed twice. So the very first one that we're going to talk about it's a $106,000 purchase order cut for video camera and physical access controls for the wastewater treatment facility. Is that the one you have up first?
No,
We have 119.
119.
That's 122.
It does say WPCA 3-phase.
Yeah,
That
it's got me
WPCA is
confused.
wrong. It should be just 3-phase. This is for the transmission project.
Oh, 119, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's for the high side steel?
Yep, this is,
Yep, 206566, thank you, sorry.
Yep.
Different order. So this is similar to one that you saw earlier in that we have already cut a purchase order to a vendor to perform this work. The vendor is unable to supply the steel that's bringing the wires into the Buddington substation on time. So we rebid it and had a new quote to do the same work. So the prior vendor that was contracted to do that will not be paid in full to supply all the parts and pieces. The last 3 A-frames that come into Buddington that the wires are going to be on right before they, inside the substation as the wires come down, is going to be supplied by three-phase and contracted out to another company so that we get it in time so it'll be on site by December 15th. So it's $206,000 to get that steel here on time so that we can keep on the ISO schedule for production. The other purchase order, the other vendor, will be shorted on that purchase order by the full amount, and we're totally made whole. We're not spending money twice in any way, but there's no way to go back and cancel that purchase order because there's a good amount of supplies on that purchase order that have already been supplied and have not been billed through yet. Did I make that confusing?
okay, Deputy Mayor Depot.
Okay, so this has come up before, and last time it came up, I believe that we asked to have a copy of the thing that we voted on previously to be included in our packet, so that we could see the difference. And I don't see that in our packet. So that's a little frustrating.
Sorry about that. I don't remember that ask, but I certainly will now.
So because there's no way to know, there's no way for us to visually see what we voted on before. So if we had included it in our packet, you could say, okay, the ask before was whatever, 200,000, blah, blah. This is how much we've spent on that vendor or not spent on that vendor or whatever. And then we can see in front of us the cost of the one we already approved versus the one that we're being asked to approve now. And so right now, are we just changing the vendor? Has no cost been expended for these items at all?
For the A-frames, we actually paid for design through the current vendor, and that design is being transferred over to the new vendor to complete manufacturing.
So our end cost for the thing that you're asking us to vote for on this 119 is exactly the same. There is no increase because we're switching vendors.
It's not exactly the same, it's comparable.
What does that mean? The cost is not the same, it's comparable?
It's a comparable price, it's not the exact same.
Within,
I can't even say, but currently, right now, because of the way we've been jockeying from vendor to vendor to vendor, we're well within the contingencies, and we have several $1 million left in contingency, actually.
Okay.
So prices have been managed down every time we do this.
I get that.
So what we owe council is we owe them the last resolution that we had them vote on. We're not rescinding the resolution because we've already spent some of that money. But what they need to know is how much was authorized, how much did we spend, how much is left, how much is this, right? Because the council needs to understand, are they spending more, are they spending the same, are they spending less? And right now, they don't have enough information to do that. Is that close?
Yeah, so
But even if we're spending twice as much, we have to make the December 15th deadline. So
Right, and I get that.
In concept, it's a good thing to understand, but it's not like we can stop. We need to train to move.
I get that. But I would prefer if you came to us and said, we have a 25% contingency. This is why we have contingency. for issues like this. I get that. This falls within the contingency. I get that. But if you're asking us to essentially reapprove these costs for this section of the item, I would like to know, okay, so this is the amount we approved, and now because of this, that's not our fault, the vendor couldn't provide what we needed, 100% get that. But if you could say, so because of that, we've got to spend an extra $1,000, and that's all this is, or whatever, I would
Right,
like
so-
to have that information of what the change is, because we are voting again. So if it were just a contingency spend and we didn't have to vote on it, that's what we authorized the other thing for. You know what I mean? So that I totally get, and I get that that's the reason for this, but when there's a change that we have to vote on, I would appreciate that we have that change in spend information, even though it is below the contingency, because we are re-voting to authorize that change in the vendor, so we're kind of authorizing this spend again, and it would just be nice to know the exact numbers. That's all.
Other question, Councilor Piazza.
So if I'm understanding this, so we voted on Company A, and Company A was going to do 1 through 5. So say number 4, they said, we can do all this, but we can't supply that. So now we've come up with somebody else who can do it. So here's Company B comes in, but we can't, so they pay, we agreed for, voted for $100 in order to get this work done that was included in the price. But now, we can't get that price locked, so now we've gone to Company B, and now they're gonna charge, instead of, say originally was in the previous vote, was $20, now they might say $30. Is that about right?
Yeah,
Of
the
what's
original
happening- of what's
purchase order
happening.
was probably a very large one on the order of magnitude of $1 million. Part of what they're installing was worth about $200,000. The exact amount in that, I don't even know if our guys exactly know, because it may have been a package deal as it all rolled out and got T&M'd. So knowing the exact numbers, this isn't an exact science all the time. You know, so we're managing and getting what we're paying for, we're bidding out and trying to get the rest of the things served. So, but we can certainly go back to the original, what was approved, say it was $1 million, we believe we're only gonna be paying them $700,000 at this point, and the new one's going through at about $200,000. And you're exactly right with the menu, not supplying item number 4.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? You'll take a motion to move this to the mayor and council meeting of November 7th, 22.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Okay, Barnhart Crane.
So in operations, if you drive in the driveway, you'll see a transformer sitting, a very large transformer sitting there as a spare. That spare transformer was purchased to be used at Buddington. In the new upgrade, the spare transformer is being installed to be used at Buddington, and as a matter of fact, this spare transformer is going to be moved right over and put into service immediately, and the other transformer over there will become the spare. So these costs are what it costs to actually move that transformer from the operations yard over into the substation over at Buddington. And as you can see, it's an ordeal, and maybe it wasn't the best idea to leave the spare in operations to begin with, because there's no easy way to get it there, because it's going to cost us this amount of money. And a lot of planning and road work, because it's a precarious path.
Because what you would think is that, you know where operations is, you know where the Buddington substation is, you just hook a right, go down Buddington Road and drop it off. Problem is, you can't get it under the bridge. So they gotta go up and around.
Oh, the highway bridge.
The highway bridge crosses the reservoir. So I didn't know this. It was brought to my attention when I asked the question about how much money it was. And they said, here's why. So Okay? So just interesting for the council to know. Councilor Norris.
Why are we making the change?
The new substation is gonna all be at the same voltage, and it makes sense to have the spare as an installed spare wired up, so all you do is close the breakers and put it in service, and then work on the one that broke or you needed to take out of service. It's just a part of the, it was part of the design to make it basically upgraded. Because if you needed it, it's gonna take you a month or two to get it there.
Yeah, I got that, but, so we got this new one, and we were gonna hold it as a spare.
This was years ago this was purchased.
Okay.
It's been there, I'm gonna say 15 to
Well-
20 years.
Well,
So-
Scully, George Scully, who was on the GUC, wanted to do this years ago when he was the GM over there. And I don't know why it didn't happen, but it didn't. And now with the upgrades that we're gonna do, what this will allow us is it'll give us some resiliency because we'll have two transformers there and, what's that? Yeah,
So,
we'll have it there. So go
So-
ahead and finish and then I'll go to.
I'm sorry, so we need a new spare.
No, we will have the spare installed on site, so you just click a switch and turn it on.
Got it, all right.
Deputy Mayor, do you?
I just want to clarify, because I think I didn't catch this the first time you said it. So we have this spare was sitting at our main offices or
In operation.
facilities.
Yep.
We bought it in case the ones we have in service needed repair or replacement. And now we have one that needs repair. We don't. It says the current transformer is in need of repair. Is that not correct in the?
So what's gonna happen is the one that was in service is gonna be taken out of service and basically overhauled.
Right, so it's in
And
need
we're
of
gonna- and
repair.
we're gonna, it's, these transformers last forever. So they basically check the oil, they check the bolts and make sure all, take it apart, make sure all the parts and pieces are good and put it all back together and put it back in service.
The
So
one
are
that
you,
is in service now is gonna be replaced with the one that is currently the spare, and the one that is in service will become a spare on site, because it's gonna be fixed after service. So you are correct, that is correct.
okay, so we've just never needed the spare, so we've never moved it. And now we need it, and we have to move it.
I'll take that one.
Yeah, just.
Just say yes, because that's what
Yeah.
that's what the resolution says.
But-
Well, should it not, is the resolution inaccurate? Should it say that we need it for maintenance? Because,
The resolution says current transformers in need of repair, and once fixed will become a spare transformer. Having two on site will provide reliability.
That's accurate.
okay,
But in the end, it did us no good to have the spare being a mile and a half away.
right, but we didn't really,
There was no need.
there was no need.
You are correct.
And now we're doing it before we're desperate to do it.
And also.
But it will be useful to do it.
Right, and remember, these costs are all going toward PTF, meaning that it's
Explain
in
what-
effect being paid for.
Explain what PTF is. I'm not sure that acronym has been used to council before.
Well, when we presented the entire Buddington upgrade and the transmission upgrade, it was made clear that they were all basically transmission system costs. And we get reimbursed, well, for the total $15.2 million project, we capitalize that against the transmission system, and ISO reimburses us with appreciation, basically about a 10% markup or value of capital. So it's a self-paying project. So the costs get folded into the project as part of the upgrade.
Did your question get answered? Yes. Okay. Are there any other questions? Councilor Piazza?
I just had a quick one. So what's the route going to be to bring it from headquarters? Instead of going Bunnington, you're gonna go where? How are you gonna get it there?
I believe it's going down by by Fitch, down toward the highway, up and around and over to the other side. Or it's gotta go down the next road and go over.
Okay, so you're talking about Route 184, basically?
Yeah, it just can't go under a bridge. It's gotta go over a bridge.
How tall is it?
Probably a little higher than the ceiling, maybe 5 feet higher, maybe more.
Yeah, I don't know the dimensions. It's big.
It's big.
Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, I'll take a motion to move this to the mayor and council meeting, 7 November.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Okay, Mountains LLC.
Mountain LLC is a company that does engineering work for us. We are anticipating that we are going to get a customer work order to add a large amount of pole attachments to Groton Utilities poles. This company comes in, so what's going to happen is the people that want to put the pole attachments on the poles come in, we have a fixed rate per pole that they're going to pay us. That work order is going to create a revenue into a job, and that job is going to pay Mountain to do the engineering work and the survey work on all these poles. And it's not hundreds of poles, it's thousands of poles. So when the company comes to attach to our poles and gives us the work order, we're going to bill them, they're going to give us money, and we have 3 months to turn this over and do the engineering and give them the proposal on how much it will cost to modify our poles to put their attachments on them. Mountain comes in, does the survey on all the poles that need to be touched, gives us the data to go into our GIS database so that we actually have a validation and know what's on our poles, and they give us the engineering work. That'll allow us to go back to the company and say, it's going to cost this much to move forward and do this. Since they've already talked to us, we're asking for pre-authorization to create a purchase order to allow the engineering and survey work to be done on the poles so that we get all that data. It will not go out until we get a work order from the customer that's doing the pole attachments. And if I were to go into specifics on the number of poles or the exact amount of dollars or who the other company is, we're breaking confidentiality agreements. So I'm keeping it general. But the amount of money that we're going to be charging and we get to do the pole surveys is a lot more than this. This is about 60% of what the total is. So there's a bucket of money that we get to move forward.
Deputy Mayor Depot.
So just to confirm, all that to say, this 290,000 that would potentially be authorizing is not a cost that is going to ratepayers. It is a cost that a third party is paying to GU, but we still have to authorize the GU spend on this.
100%.
Thank you.
That's correct. Council Piazza. You're recognized. You have the floor, and
Thank
then I'll
you.
get Councilor Sheffield.
Just a quick question, what's a pole attachment?
When Frontier puts wires up on the poles, that's considered a pole attacher.
Okay.
And we actually charge fees for being on our poles. If Frontier owns a pole and we're attaching our electric wires to it, they charge us for attaching to their pole. The same thing. So every utility attached to a pole, there's a whole matrix of us charging each other.
Oh, Lord,
For-
okay. Because they just put on my street on Smith, so right in front of my neighbor's house, they put another pole in. Took a couple days. But I was like, me thinking, oh, they're going to take the other one down. No, they're both still up there. Then on the corner of Baker and Smith, toward the Mitchell Street side, there's another pole sitting next to another one. I was thinking like it was a replacement, so that, this is basically a pole attachment, I'm assuming?
Nope, the pole attachments go on the poles. It's
Oh,
very
okay.
different that when, because it's expensive, now you gotta go out and change a pole that gets either rotted, derelict, or overloaded with too much stuff hanging on it, and you need a bigger pole. Maybe you need some guy wires to hold it up. So they need to be changed. And when there's two poles next to each other, at some point, someone's gonna take the old one away.
Oh, okay.
But if you
Oh.
look up the pole, a bunch of people haven't moved stuff over to the new pole.
Okay,
And it's waiting for all the attachers to move their attachments to the new pole.
Okay.
When they all go away, whoever owns the pole, go and yank the pole stub.
okay. So I was right in thinking that was, they were gonna yank the pole
It-
at sometime.
It just
Okay.
takes a while.
Okay,
It
I just
takes
wanted
a
to know
long
what it
time.
was. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Sheffield?
Ron, is there an invoice for this action?
There's no invoice because of the confidentiality agreement. It's not an invoice, actually, it's there's a price per pole that we've been working with.
So we're not allowed to be privy of what the expenditures, the breakdown of the invoice?
We didn't spread that around and make that public. There's only a couple of people that have that agreement.
So will we eventually get that agreement or no? Or this is gonna be
We're just gonna cut the
dark money,
purchase.
basically?
Yeah, we're gonna cut the purchase order at X price per pole, and, it's going out.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's, because of we have 3 months to get this done, it was kind of an exercise to find a company that could actually come and do this for thousands of poles.
Let me see if I can kind of answer Counselor Sheffield's question and not violate the confidentiality agreement. There's a company which requests to be anonymous, is coming in and is going to run some wires for a service, and these are poles to do so. Am I accurate so far? What this is, they're gonna pay us X amount of dollars per pole to get all this done. From that money, we're gonna spend $290,400 to this company, Mountain, to go do this work.
Okay.
So,
Or less.
Or
This
less.
is the max amount of poles that they gave us.
you're right.
And it could be a number less.
If they do some less, then it'll come in less, but, because there's a price per pole to do this.
And the number of poles isn't supposed to be discussed, and the price per pole isn't supposed to be discussed, and,
And so, I saw his hand first. You may have
Oh,
gotten
sorry.
yours up first, but I saw his. Counselor Norris.
So what would happen if someone filed a FOI?
This is what they get. If we sign a non-disclosure agreement, confidentiality agreement, can't disclose it. It is an exception in FOI. Deputy Mayor Depot.
So, that all makes sense. But the income that we generate from this agreement is going to show up on your budget.
it will definitely come in another revenue, yes.
So on the line, other revenue is where this income from this project will be.
Right.
So even though we aren't privy to the company, it is going to provide income for GU that we will see on the other revenue budget line.
Right. It doesn't show up on top where the rates come in. It goes in the, down a few lines and it says other income.
Right, but it won't say other income from XYZ. And it'll
Right.
be an anonymous amount,
Well, because that whole line is multiple.
right?
It's not one other income.
It's,
Correct.
it's all the customer work
Right,
orders.
it's all the other income, yeah. Because we've discussed that before in budget season.
But this is a big one. I mean, compared to other revenue that we normally get, this is a big number.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? Hearing none. So I'll take a motion to move this to the mayor and council meeting of 7 November.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. And lastly, IGS draft. This is for the WPCA.
Right, now we're to the
This is the one
one I
that you-
thought was first.
Yep.
So, over the years, technology in security enhancements have been upped every single year. The first set of requirements came with programs such as NERC on electric systems. Then the Clean Water Act actually made us do a very similar technology and security upgrade to the filtration plant last year. And now this one is doing the same kind of security, camera, door security, and technology upgrades to the wastewater plant. And there will be additional laws passed in the next year or so to require those items there. So this was added into the non-bonded capital plan, is part of the approved budget for this year. And this will increase security of the facility quite a bit.
Deputy Mayor Depot.
I have a question that might seem kind of unrelated, but we've been talking for years about putting trees up around the wastewater treatment plant.
Sorry, I just signed.
Which may or may not be additional security. And so I'm just wondering, in relation to considering the security of the plant, where are we on that?
All right, so let's talk about a couple things. If you drive down there by the plant now, you'll see a gap of about 2 fence sections and some caution tape. We're in the process now of a company is replacing our fence because it is rotted. So we're replacing that. I just signed authorization to accept the grant for the trees, and we're gonna be planting the trees in the spring. It's too late to put the trees in now, they won't survive the winter, and I don't want a bunch of dead trees. So we will be putting these in the spring. I wanted them in earlier, but we couldn't get the grant until just recently, and I signed it this week, or last week. Last week, right? Oh, yeah, because today's Monday. So I signed it last week,
Okay.
and,
I just imagine someone
Yeah.
asking me, we're approving this extra stuff for the wastewater treatment plant.
Right.
And it's unsightly, and people would like it covered with trees, which we've proposed.
Yeah.
And I understand that we're, and we got grant money for it.
We
so
got grant money for it.
Much better than paying for it out of the
Yep,
budget.
and it is something that I've been talking about doing, and I've been like, why are we doing this? I said, we're gonna plant trees. We are gonna plant trees in the spring.
What type of trees are they making?
Arborvitae?
They are.
Yes, ma'am.
And they'll be how tall when they're planted?
I'm not, well, we're not getting the baby ones, right? We're getting some decent size.
I'd have to ask Kevin.
The ones at my house are
Kevin
30 feet tall.
Seeney.
And
the
also,
one that's-
and also Public Works is helping. So Heidi is very involved in
Yeah,
picking
Heidi
the
is-
trees.
Heidi Camo is working with Kevin Seeney, but they promised me they weren't gonna be like 5 foot tall when we put them in, they're gonna be a little bit bigger, but I don't know, I will find out.
How tall do they need to be to actually cover the water treatment plant?
Well, let's see, how tall are the arborvitae in my house? They're about 12 feet, right?
I mean, the water treatment plant is about from ground level up about
Well,
what, 15 feet?
Yeah, but the ground level, well, so they're elevated, so the water treatment plant's down a little bit,
Down.
and it's elevated up. So what I've tried to do is, I wanted to get these in, so you get 2 things. One, you get masking, you get physical masking. 2, you get some filtration of aroma, sound and aroma, and, that kind of thing. So I don't know, I don't know the side. I'll get back to you guys. I'll find out.
Thank you.
What the intent is. Okay, so any other questions or comments on this resolution? All right, Councilor Piazza?
Just real quick, so the security video cameras, this is just more per se security to keep those who should be in there? Keep an eye on that, basically, is that what this is?
Right, right. It's the exact same one we just did at the filtration plant, which is put door latches, so the ID opens the doors similar to the way a lot of these doors. And there's a certain amount of video monitoring that is kind of regulatory required. So they come in and they say, well, we need to have it here, 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 here. And then we can choose to totally close some doors so that they're not used to try to economize and save a little bit of funds. But as a general rule, you have to do what you have to do to meet the requirement.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll take a motion to move this to the mayor and council meeting of 7 November.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. What you have in front of you is the City of Groton financials and Groton Utilities financials. Anticipating we were going to have a late meeting, I talked to Director Uhas, and he's going to talk to you about this at the, under communication reports at the mayor and council meeting of 7 November. Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you. Thank you for your endurance. This is probably one of our longer meetings. This is the reason, well, it's the reason